All right, guys, let's go ahead and start a little bit early here. We are at the episode 97 now for Tech Thursdays, so welcome everybody this evening. We're going to be talking about a couple things. One is going to be the RTX 5090 melting cables, because that is actually a big topic of discussion in the news, in the tech news recently. And we need to go over kind of like why that's happening. What can you do to prevent it? Because there's not a whole lot, but there are some things we're going to talk about on this stream that you could do if you're someone who has an RTX 5090. This also applies to people with the RTX 4090 to a lesser extent, but there have been a lot of interesting news articles that have come out this week regarding that topic. There's some really good videos from some other YouTube channels. Derbauer has a really good video on the subject. Buildzoid has a really good video on the subject. So we're going to get into that this evening here. And then we're also going to be talking about the RX 9070 XT. Because there were some rumors circulating about like a 32 gigabyte model, which AMD has come out and said that that's not true. It's going to be a 16 gigabyte card and only a 16 gigabyte card, which means that the professional card will be the 32 gigabyte one. I think that's what there's some like misinformation going around concerning the 50 or the 9070 XT. And then the last thing we'll talk about is Sony had their State of Play earlier this week. It was yesterday. They showed a lot of footage from a lot of different games. There's a lot of release dates. We now have some games on the roadmap slated for later this year, as well as some games that were revealed that are coming in 2026. So if you're new to the channel and you like this sort of content, do get subscribed. We do these live shows every Thursdays around this time. We are starting a little bit early because I think the last thing we're going to talk about is the Elden Ring Nightreign network test, which will be taking place this weekend. I will be participating in that, which is going to require me to have to wake up extremely early for some of those sessions, because some of them are like I think, 3 a.m. in the morning or something, depending on where you are. If you are in Asia or the European Union, I think you guys, it's more normal time. But for people in North and South America, the hours for the network test are very, very weird. Like, it's like very late. It's super early in the morning and it's like really late at night. So I don't know why they didn't do two different network tests, but we'll talk about that at the end of the stream. That'll be the last topic after the State of Play discussion. So let's talk about the RTX. I know we have a image of the 9070 XT. We're going to talk about that. A lot of the stream is going to be focusing on that, but let's talk about the 5090.
So much to talk about. A lot of hot topics.
Yeah, a lot of hot topics, yeah. So, appreciate that. So let's dive into this connector melting thing. So there was another report, another instance of the connector melting happened recently, but I do want to point out that Derbauer did a really good video earlier this week based off of the first reported instance that made it to Reddit on the 5090 cable melting fiasco that's been going around. This is something that it's very concerning, but I'm not exactly surprised, because I don't know if you guys remember last year, around this time last year, it was February 11th of last year, I put out a video talking about the amperage, like what is a safe current draw per pin. I did a bunch of math in that video. It was basically using paint to draw like why this is a bad connector, why it's a very bad design, and that sort of thing. So, nvidia, in that video, I was focusing on RTX 4090 and the fact that the 4090 has a 450 watt TDP limit. Fast forward to now with the 5090 has an even higher power limit. And that just makes things even worse, which means the 5090 is more prone to the melted connector issue. Not less prone, more prone. It's more likely to occur with the RTX 5090. And there's a couple of other recent videos that have come out. So Buildzoid did a follow-up video based off of Derbauer's video.
You are the best YouTuber for true high-end PC enthusiasts. Glad I got the Astral, which lets me monitor power draw on each pin. No warnings so far, and I am seeing quite equal draw of around 5A per pin during gaming.
That is really good to know that it's telling you the actual amperage, because I was curious to know like what the ASUS software was actually reporting. So I'm going to probably do a future video. Appreciate the super chat, by the way, always appreciated. I want to do a video on now obviously I don't have a 5090, but I do have a 4090. So I do want to do a video measuring the current, because one of the members of the Discord put a 4090 running Furmark. It was an Asus Strix 4090, and he took a current clamp. So if you don't know what a current clamp is, basically what it is it's a device that's used to measure the amount of current in amps traveling through an electrical wire. So he did that test, which is an excellent test. So I probably am going to make a video that's very similar to what he did in the test. Now, I'm not going to be using Furmark. I'm going to be looking at different games to get some more dynamic workloads, because I think Furmark is an extreme scenario. And Derbauer did the current clamp as well, and he was running Furmark when he did it. And in the Derbauer video, he found that the power distribution on the 5090 was very uneven. Now, he was testing a Founders Edition card, and he found that I think one of them was pulling like 20 amps or something, or some ridiculously high number. It was like way over, and it was running at like 140 degrees Celsius or some stupidly hot temperature, which is a whole nother thing that we need to talk about, because the real danger here isn't that the wire can't handle the current. The wire will just kind of like burn itself out. The fire hazard actually stems from the plastic material that is covering the wire, because the plastic, it depends on what sort of plastic covering is on the metal, but plastic, last I checked, if you look up like plastic melting point or where it burns up, the temperature, it has a lower heat tolerance than the metal, like the tin and aluminum. Well, I don't know about aluminum, but tin is what they use, and it's like a mix of different metals. And I'm not 100% sure, depending on the connector, depending on the brand. It's not a good thing. So you can see here in this picture on this article on Video Card Z, the burnt cable here. You can see how the plastic housing has melted. And then on top of that, you have these frayed looking, the braided part, which is almost like a fabric material. The fabric material on the braided cable is even more concerning, because fabric, unless this is like nylon or something, this can straight up catch fire. So that is very concerning. It is definitely kind of a safety hazard, and we're probably going to do some of the math to show why this is not a safe design, and why the only 5090 that is, I will say, safer than the rest of them is the Astral. The Astral from Asus is the only one that has. Now, unfortunately, the Astral cannot do anything to like control how the amperage is divided across the wires. All it can do is monitor and report if a particular wire is unevenly pulling too much current versus the others. So that's what the Astral could do. So right off the bat, the only one that's technically okay, but not 100% okay, because it can't actually do anything it can't influence the way that the load balancing works, is the Astral. The rest of them, they have no control over what wire the electricity decides to flow across if it wants to go uneven. And that was the most alarming thing about Derbauer's video, because he basically he proved in his video how the cable from that user on Reddit ended up melting because of the uneven load and the uneven current draw that was going across the cables. Two of the cables were pulling, I think, like 85 to 90% of the electricity or the amperage, which is ridiculous, which is extremely bad. And there's no reason to, or there's no way for the graphics card to control it. Now, I want to talk about the 30 series for a second, because I've already gone on record, like last year, or maybe it was 2023, even at this point, talking about how the 3090 Ti didn't suffer the same problem. It wasn't as prone to melting its cables compared to the 4090, and no one seemed to have brought that up. Now, thankfully, BuildZoid did a follow-up video to Devour's video, which he drew the circuit diagram that showed why the 3090 and the 3090 Ti did not suffer this problem. And it's because of the additional circuitry. Now, I've talked about the additional circuitry in the past, and it makes sense because if you guys remember when the 3090 Ti launched to the market, well, the entire 30 series in general is unaffected by this problem because the 30 series cards do not use the sense wires to determine like if it's safe or not. What they do is they have additional circuitry built into their PCB that has complete control over load distribution over the pins. Now, the most controversial thing that sticks out in my mind is why did nvidia refuse, or I guess ignore, the melted connectors on the 40 series? Because nvidia, all nvidia had to do in all their infinite wisdom, all they had to do was put back the additional circuitry that was on the 30 series cards. Christopher, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the channel. You came in at the right time. So we're talking about the 50 series melting and the 40 series melting. The 30 series didn't melt. Even the 3090 Ti did not melt. You know why? Because it had additional circuitry. The 3090 Ti has the ability to function without the sense pins. Let me rephrase that. The 3090 Ti, which we looked at last weekend on Monster Hunter Wilds in the open beta test, 3090 Ti has the unique hybrid ability to function with or without those additional sense pins on the cable. So now we need to bring up paint to illustrate this point. So we're going into paint time very early this stream. So let's talk about the 3090 Ti. So RTX 30, well, let's talk about RTX 3090, and then we'll talk about RTX 3090 Ti, and then we'll talk about RTX 4090/5090 because those have the exact same limitation. So the 3090 uses 12 pin connectors. So it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then it has the little clip that connects to the cable. So this is the 3090's connector. This is not a 12 volt high power connector. The 3090 does not use the 12 volt high power connector, meaning you cannot take a 3090 graphics card that has its special proprietary connector, and you cannot plug a 12 volt high power or 12 volt 2x6 pin cable into a 3090. You will damage the card if you try to do this. So do not try to plug a 12 volt high power cable into the 3090. If you see a 3090 that has this connector, it will not work. It is keyed differently. It is not adhering to the spec. But think about it. Because the 3090 has no comprehension of the sense wires. That concept does not work. It doesn't exist in the 3090's mind. So the 3090 has additional circuitry. So if we do And Buildzoid already did this, so it looks like I'm copying him, but I've already been saying this for like more than 2 years at this point. So, but thankfully someone with a larger audience than me was able to put out the same message. So we're going to talk about the, and I encourage you guys to watch that video because that video does a lot of explanation, great explanation on why this is. But if we take the 6 cables, 2, 4, 6, now technically there's 12 of them. So what you have is the top of these, the top 6 pins, the top row is 12 volt. That's the top row. The second row, the lower half, the bottom half is G and D. Who here knows what G and D is? The second row, the remaining 6 pins are G and D. What does G and D stand for? Who here knows about electronics? Nicholas got it. Ground. This is ground. Ground pins. Ground pins. What that means is half of the pins are carrying the full electrical load. The other half connects to ground, or we'll just do this. There. The ground. It goes to ground. Okay? So that means that realistically, only 6 wires pull the full wattage. 6 wires. Only 6 of them. 6 times 12 volts equals, in the case of the 3090, 350 watts. 6 times 12 equals 350 watts. That means that 6 wires have to carry the full TDP of an RTX 3090. So you want to know how much current each one of those is supposed to pull? You work backwards. 350 watts divided by 12 volts equals 29.16 repeated. So we'll say 29, about 29 amps, a little over 29 amps. 29 amps. But remember, there's 6 wires. So if you want to know how much electrical current is traveling through one of those wires, you take 29.16 divided by 6 pins, and this comes out to 4.86 amps. This is how much electrical current travels through a single pin of the 6 pins on an RTX 3090. The 3090. Now, the 3090, why did the 3090 never melt? How come the 3090 never melted? You never had reports at scale of the 3090 melting. You never had computer repair shops, electronic repair shops, making YouTube videos about all these defective graphics cards because they're melted connectors. You never had this problem during the 30 series. And you know why? Because nvidia was smart. Nvidia cared back then. Nvidia put additional circuitry on all the groups of the wires to ensure that they are load balancing, that they are evenly distributing the load across the 6 wires. So that if, well, it's not an if, NVIDIA forced the 3090, or I guess the card is designed to behave that it automatically load balances. It load balances by default. That is how it behaves. That is the natural behavior of the RTX 3090. Now, let's look at 3090 Ti. 3090 Ti is essentially exactly the same as the 3090. The only difference is that the 3090 Ti has a 450 watt TDP. So it's 100 watts more, which is going to change all of our numbers in terms of how much current traverses a single wire on the 3090 Ti when it's running at full TDP of 450 watts. Now, so we need to do the math on that. So actually, I want to save this one. So this one, we will say, is roughly 4.86 amp per pin. Per pin for the 3090. Actually, I should, well, okay, never mind. We have to get rid of all this. 4.86. I'll just remember 4.86. So 4.86 amps per pin, per those 6 wires, those 6 pins on the RTX 3090. Now we're going to change it. Now we're going to talk about the 3090 Ti. 3090 Ti, 450 watts. So now it's higher. So again, you work backwards. 450 divided by 12 equals 37.5 amps. Divide this by the 6 individual wires, and you will get the per pin, per wire. 6.25 amps per wire. So the 3090 Ti at full load of a 450 watt TDP can pull up to 6.25 amps per pin at full load. Remember, we're talking full load. Why are we talking about full load? And by the way, this is full stock operations. This is not overclocking. There's no overclocking. This is literally stock out of the box behavior is what we're showing here. So 6.25 amps per pin at max load. We always test max load because you want to show the worst case scenario to see if it's actually safe. So now 6.25 amps per pin. That is significantly higher than the RTX 3090. Now, the cool thing about the 3090 Ti is it has the additional 4 wires. It can actually communicate and handle, or it comprehends the existence of those 4 sense pins that make up the 12-volt high-power connector, which means the 3090 Ti is the only, let me repeat this, the 3090 Ti is the only NVIDIA graphics card that can work with or without the 12-volt high-power connector. And the reason why it is able to function without the sense pins is because it has the additional circuitry, just like the rest of the 30 series family, that allows it to force load balancing across the 6 wires. So the 3090 Ti never had a problem with the melted connector despite the higher power limit, because it ensured even load distribution no matter what. Now, the thing is, people who did run into damaged cables, it wasn't really damaged cables, it was damaged ports, power ports, or I guess the PCIe power cable, or connector, I should say, on the actual 3090 Ti. The people that did that was because they were doing extreme overclocking. Also, they were probably not using good quality cables. So that's another thing too. But in general, it is very hard to melt a cable using a 3090 Ti, because the 3090 Ti ensures that every pin is evenly distributed at 6.25 amps at full load. Now, if you want to melt a cable using a 3090 Ti, you have to overclock the 3090 Ti to an insane amount, where the power consumption is exceeding 660 watts, which means you have to overclock your 3090 Ti to pull in excess of 700 watts for a long period of time. That's the only way, because it's going to evenly distribute across all those wires. So you're going to have to burn all those wires together, which is a very hard thing to do. Now, that brings us to the 4090 and the 5090. The 4090 has a TDP of 450 watts, which means that the 4090, I'm going to erase the 5090 here because we're going to give this its own thing, because I just realized that it has a higher TDP. So we're going to get rid of that. Yeah, we're just going to leave that alone. And then we're going to put in 5090 down here. Because it has a higher TDP, it should be separated from the 4090. So the 4090 at stock operation is supposed to be identical to the 3090 Ti, because it has the exact same TDP of 450 watts. Now, in reality, it should behave like this. But now I question like how consistent the 4090 and the 5090 are able to maintain this kind of even distribution, because they have no circuitry that allows them to ensure that. They basically feed it all into one big blob of the 12 volt, which means once it goes through that, who knows how the electrical current is going to flow. Now, this is where it turns into a discussion about the quality of the cables, more so than when we're talking about 3090 Ti. Because with 3090 Ti, it ensured that at least from the GPU, the power distribution would be even. Now, it has no control over how good quality the wires are. If the wires are poor quality, then you could still end up with a problem, but it was very rare. With the 4090, it has no control over how the electric current gets from it back to the power supply, from the power supply back to it. So it's like it pulls the power from the power supply. It has no way of knowing like how that power is going to get to it. All it knows is the power is going to come through a cable, and it could be even, it could be somewhat even, it could be balanced, it could be unbalanced. So it has no way of controlling it, unlike the 3090 Ti, and that is the biggest difference. And that therein lies the reason why the 4090 had so many melted connectors over the past 2 years. So it's not necessarily user error. However, I want to point out that what are some of the reasons why it could be user error? Well, did the user bend the cable? If you guys remember cable mod, you remember the tale of the bending radius on the 12 volt high power. So what did nvidia do? Oh, they said, oh, well, we'll update the spec. Hence the 12 volt 2x6 whatever. 2x6 and 12 volt are the same exact cable. There's literally no difference. The only difference is that so you got 6 wires here. And then you got 6 wires on the low side. So you got the connector like this. This is a terrible drawing. I should have used a rectangle to draw this, but you guys see what I'm saying. So it's like, imagine, how should we draw this in 3D? Imagine that, well, we're gonna have to draw it like this. Okay. So imagine this is the 12 volt connector. You get 1, 2. Okay, this is going to be too slow. I'm just going to draw it by hand. So you guys get the idea. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this looks like it's already a melted connector. And then you have the 4 sense pins on top. You got 4 sense pins on top. The only difference between the 12 volt original 12 volt high power and the new updated 2x6 whatever is the sense pins are longer. Or no, the sense pins are shorter. On the newer cable, the sense pins are shorter. Which means the idea behind making them shorter is that if the user doesn't have it plugged in all the way, the graphics card will not detect that the sense pins are connected, so it won't work. With the old connector, they were longer, so it was easier to like not have the cable seated all the way in and it would still be on. That's the only difference. That's literally the only difference. Maybe now the cable manufacturers use different materials. That could play a role. However, that's not necessarily going to solve the problem of melted connectors. Why? Because the manufacturer has no control over how the end user is going to install this thing. What is the environment that it's going into? Is it a dust-ridden mess? Is it a high humid environment, low humid environment, high dust environment, dirty environment, that kind of thing? Because here are the things that could cause this connector, or cause this connector to melt. And we've already talked about it. Number 1, and these are going to be classified under user error, or I guess what you would consider user error. Foreign debris. Foreign debris. Little tiny dust particles. Little tiny dust particles can cause the connector to melt. How does this happen? Okay, you have a wire, or you have a pin. Imagine this is a pin. Imagine that this is one of these pins. Now, you have a pin inside the connector, or inside the GPU. Let's say we're talking about the GPU pin. This is the GPU. One of those wires. Now, you have dust. You have dust in the room. You have dust in the environment, especially people who are putting these in their bedrooms. People who are putting these in their bedrooms are most likely going to melt the connector. Tiny little dust specks, infinitesimal tiny little dust specks can cause the connector to melt. And you're probably like, how is that even possible? Oh, okay, I'll explain. I'll explain, because it's very easy to melt it with the dirt in the room. You know why? Guess what? How are we going to show this? Let's use little green particles. Let's say there's dust. There's little tiny dust. There's little tiny pieces of dust. You get little tiny pieces of dust that manage to get inside the 5090's connector. Tiny little dust. You can't even see it. It's so small. It's such a tiny little flake of dust. It could be someone's tiny little skin flake or whatever. It's so small, it gets in there. It could be like a piece of dander. It could be pet dander. It could be cat-like dander, whatever. It could be, it could be some tiny little thing. It gets on the cable. It gets on the pin. Or, better yet, it gets in the connector of the actual cable, on the cable side. You get the dust on there. What happens? The dust settles on the plastic housing or on the metal. Now you have what's called foreign debris on the metal and or the plastic. Now, what happens when you try to turn on the graphics card and you have tiny little dust, infinitesimally tiny little pieces of dust in the connector, in the graphics card socket where the cable goes? What do you think is going to happen? Normally, nothing bad is going to happen. But how does this happen? How does it melt? Well, now let's draw a full cylinder to illustrate this under a microscope. So now we have to do this under microscope. So imagine now that we are looking at the pin from the side. We have a cross section of the pin. So there's the pin. Let's say this to the left is the GPU PCB. Let's say this is the GPU PCB. This is one pin. This is one pin looking at it from across, horizontally on the cross side. Now you have foreign debris. Let's say you have little tiny dust particles. Little tiny dust particles. Oh, there's a big one. Here's a flaky one. There's a flake. There's a cat flake. Okay, you know, you got some random stuff on there. Let's say you have tiny little dust on the pin. Then you go and you plug in the connector. Now for this, we're going to illustrate the connector in, let's use purple. Dante, thanks for the subs. So let's use purple. So now you plug in the cable. You plug in the cable. So the cable will be purple. The cable has those FinFET connectors, which attach on to the... Okay, this is the one that goes outside. That's the cable going outside. Watch the bend radius on that. Okay, so this is it. We've connected it. But now you still have the little tiny dust particles between the metal. You have metal from the cable. You have metal from the pin. Now let's turn on the graphics card. Turn it on. Everything's fine. Now we're going to have to show the electricity. We'll illustrate electricity in blue. So now we have electricity flowing in. It's flowing in like water, flowing to the graphics card, dissipated by the giant chip over there. So you have electricity flowing in. Oh, it's fine. Oh, it's good. We're idling. We're doing nothing. We're idling. It's fine. It's good. Nothing's wrong. Let's go and play a game. Let's start playing. Oh, I don't know. Let's play Monster Hunter Wilds. Or better yet, let's play Call of Duty with an uncapped frame rate at 4K resolution. What could possibly go wrong? It's just Call of Duty. Okay, here we fire up Call of Duty. Call of Duty is more demanding. More electricity starts coming in. It's like turning on a faucet, guys. It's like turning on your bathtub faucet all the way. Let that water flow in. Full blast. Let's go full blast. 600 watts. Let's go. But you know what's going to happen? What starts happening? We start seeing some turbulence. We start seeing turbulence. Why? Because those dust particles are getting in the way. The dust particles are getting in the way. They're preventing the electricity from flowing evenly across the metal. Because the dust is an insulator. It prevents the electrical flow. So if there's dust in the way, what do you think is going to happen? The dust starts, the metal that is not covered in dust has to carry the burden of more electrical particles, more electrons flowing on the metal that's not covered in dust, because the metal that has the dust cannot easily conduct the electricity because the dust is blocking the electricity from flowing onto the metal. So now you have a situation where the area where the dust is prevents the electrical flow from being optimal. So what ends up happening? Who here knows what's going to happen next? We're explaining how these connectors are melting. I'm telling you guys how the connectors are melting. I feel like there's a sidebar conversation going on. Resistance causes heat. Yes, the pin starts getting hot. The pin starts getting hot. It gets hotter. Why? Because there is electrical resistance now. You have insulators that are covering the heat flow, or the electrical flow. So what ends up happening? What ends up happening to the dust flakes? What happens to the dust flakes? If the cable gets if the pin gets really hot, the dust flakes, they burn up. They burn up. But because it's so small, they're not going to cause a fire. What happens to them? They literally just burn up and explode. But what happens when the dust burns up. It spreads out. So now we have to draw it with a larger amount. Let's just use orange. We'll just illustrate it in orange. So the dust heats up and like burns up essentially. It basically it spreads. It spreads. So now you have an area on the pin where you have what I call a blast zone. You have what is known as, when it heats up, it becomes carbon deposit. You have carbon deposits. When the foreign debris, which is typically dust or something in the air that comes in contact with the metal and it rests on the surface of the metal, and then it heats up, so it basically expands because it heats up and it basically spreads out across the blast zone. Now you have a wider surface area of dust. Now the dust has literally expanded. It has gotten larger. These areas of foreign debris are getting larger. They're expanding. They're getting bigger. They're not going away. They're getting larger. They're taking up more surface area on the metal, making it even harder for the current to flow. So now you see what's happening. It becomes a positive feedback loop where over time the wires are now going to be compromised or they're not going to perform as well as when they were clean because you now have carbon deposits on them. Have you guys ever seen like a what can I use as an example here? So this is a typical power cable. This is an AC power plug for North America and as well as Japan. So I know people in Europe have a different connector type. People in the UK, people in Asia, they have different connector types. This is the type that is used in America and Japan. So have you ever seen one of these where it's corroded, where it's almost like yellow looking and just very like old looking? It looks like it's how should we say this? It's oxidized. Have you guys ever seen like an old AC plug that's on like an old vacuum cleaner or something, or an old toaster or something? It's got a really like dirty looking one of these. You know what I'm talking about? You've never seen those? It's almost like a yellow color. Yeah, I think it's C13, C14, something like that. So you've seen those? Okay, imagine this happening to the RTX 5090's connector. Because foreign debris is ultimately what causes this to degrade. So this is no different from the cable, the pins in the RTX 4090 or RTX 5090. It's just much larger. So even though this has a lot of margin for carbon deposits and oxidation and just aging of the metal, it's still going to perform very reliably even if it is compromised or degraded to a high degree. That's because it is so physically large. Now we get into the reason why the actual 12-volt high power is a very bad design, because it is pulling so much electricity in such a very small surface area. And that is why problems with carbon deposits and why can't I speak all of a sudden? Oxidizing of the connector becomes a problem because it's so small. It's so small. Think about it. There could be tiny little dust under a microscope on this plug right now, because I just picked this plug up off a carpeted floor. Now think about that. This was on a carpeted floor. So if we were to look at this under a microscope, we would probably see tiny little dust particles on the terminals here. Now imagine the tiny little pins on the RTX 5090 getting tiny little dust that the human eye can't see on those little pins. That is why this is such a bad design. It is a very bad design due to the fact that it pulls so much, it's over-spec'd for too much electricity. Now, these foreign debris, these carbon deposits, stuff like this is a reason why this, in my opinion, this might be the root cause for at least some of the reports of melted connectors. Now we're going to go back real quick to the picture from the Reddit post. So look at this. Now we're not judging the individual that had this problem happen, but here's the thing. Who here, not to call anyone out, who here would buy a $2,000 graphics card and put it on a carpeted floor? Carpeted floor. Carpeted floor. We just talked about dust particles. We just talked about dust particles and how they can get onto the pins and get into the connector. And when you heat it up, they turn into carbon deposits and oxidize the metal and create a feedback loop and a recipe for disaster in the form of a melted connector. So this sort of like misuse, we'll say, of the hardware. Now, I'm not judging the individual. Ignorance is bliss, although in this case, ignorance is not necessarily bliss when you spend $2,000 on a GPU just to have it melt. But this is something that, you know, people are not aware of. People don't think about stuff like this. The USB-C cable has dust on it. But guess what? The USB-C cable doesn't pull 600 watts of electricity under load. So we can overlook that. But the fact that this is on a carpeted floor is not a good idea. Just saying, this is not a good idea. The amount of dust particles and foreign debris that are getting all over these connectors is absurd. It's mind-boggling. So I think I kind of have a really good working theory behind why and how these connectors are melting. Now, the other thing too is once you have a compromised connector, or let's say you have a compromised pin, you can get uneven distribution of electricity. Why? Because let's say this first one here has dust inside, but the other one on the other end does not have dust inside. It got lucky, or it has way less dust. So if you have higher resistance on one of the pins, you could end up with a scenario where the electricity doesn't want to flow across that pin because it detects that there's higher resistance. So it starts flowing across the ones that are cleaner. So the ones that are cleaner are the ones that end up melting. Why? Because they get way too much amperage. This, I think, is one of the working reasons for why the 5090 melted. So, and this goes to like Der Bauer's video. So I almost wonder, like, when he did the clamp measurement, you know, like, what he should do is look at the connector or the cable under a microscope to see if the ones that were running really hot, are they cleaner? Because they're probably cleaner than the ones that were not running hot. The ones that were running hot are probably cleaner. Why? Because the 4090 and the 5090 cannot load balance, then it's purely up to how the electricity wants to flow. So if the electricity is like, hey, this wire is dirty, it's going to be hard for me to travel through there. Oh, this one's nice and clean, I'm going to go over here. So now if you have a dirty connector, you have a dirty pin, and you have a clean pin, all the electrons want to go down the clean pin because it's the path of least resistance. So the ones that are cleaner are the ones that are going to melt. because that's where all the electricity is going. They're favoring those pins over the dirty ones. Does that make sense? So it's not the dirty ones that are melting, it's actually the clean ones that are melting. The dirty ones are causing the clean ones to melt because the dirty ones have higher resistance on them. So the energy wants to go across the path of least resistance. Think of it like a clogged pipe. If you have water trying to flow, but let's say there's two pipes. Let's say you have a pipe with a Y, what is it, a Y cable? Not Y cable, a T split on a pipe. It's the same thing with water. Hydraulics and electricity are very much the same in how they flow. So if you have, how should we draw this? Let's just do, whoops, not blue. Let's say we have a split. Let's say you have a pipe that splits. There's like a Y split. You have a Y split. So let's say we got water flowing this way. You got water flowing down this way. Let's say this one is blocked. There's a blockage here. There's a blockage here restricting the water flow, which means the water is kind of getting by, but it's like barely getting by. So you see where this is going? So you got a little bit of water coming through, but it's very little. Over here, all the water's flowing. All the water's flowing freely. You got the big full flow going this way. So it's the same thing with the 5090 cable. The dirty cables are going to restrict the electrical flow, which means all the electrical current is going to flow over the cleaner cable, the cleaner connector, because it has lower resistance. It has lower resistance. Cable length is another thing that I didn't even think of. You brought up a very good point talking about some cables are physically shorter, like 1 millimeter. Yes, all the cables should be the exact same length, because if they're longer or shorter, that has an impact on the resistance. That's another thing I didn't even think about. So yeah, manufacturing tolerance for these cables has to be very, very strict. But to me, you can only do so much with the manufacturing, the materials that you use, whatever. At the end of the day, the blame has to go to NVIDIA. NVIDIA has to go to the blame. Like, I blame NVIDIA for this because, like I said earlier, the 3090 Ti, despite being a 450 watt TDP graphics card, did not have this problem because it had the additional circuitry that ensured the load balancing. But I'm guessing the reason why NVIDIA didn't want to include that circuitry on 4090 and now 5090 was because that would defeat the whole purpose of creating the sense pins. Like, if I'm going to, think about it like this. If I'm going to build a graphics card and include load balancing circuitry, why do I need to design the sense pin connector in the first place? It defeats the whole purpose of the sense pins. It makes them redundant. You know what I mean? The reality is the sense pins have no way of properly accounting for this kind of reality. You know, carbon deposits, oxidation, and foreign debris, and all this other stuff. And differences in the cable, the wire length, the wire gauge, the materials that the pins are made in. Although I think that would be a standard spec that I think manufacturers that make the cables have to follow. So I don't know how much I buy that argument about, oh, it was a poor quality cable. I don't really know about that. Maybe, but I don't know. I feel like it's more likely that you do this and you can create the problem with any of those cables, to be honest. Jay's 2 cents had a great video about it. Wait, what did he do? Did he talk about the carbon deposit? No, oh, he talked about cable length. Wait, what did he do? The MSI cables he had were perfectly aligned and rock solid. The Corsairs were all uneven, and he could easily move wires in the connectors. So what is that like? Okay. What did that show? What were the results of that? Was there a difference? Jay had a video about pin lengths. Was there a difference though? He examined connectors under a microscope and saw a bunch of his were very uneven. Okay. Interesting. Some pins are significantly shorter. Well, the pins are shorter. Okay. Yeah. So, like I said, manufacturing tolerance on this has to be very strict. Yeah, pins move in some connectors. Like 1 millimeter easily. Interesting. Yeah, and you know what that does? You know that moving metal on metal is not a good thing. You know why? You know what happens when the metal rubs against the metal? You start scraping some of the material off. So the tin in particular gets scratched, micro scratches, because metal rubbing against metal will cause imperfections to develop on the pins and the connectors. Oxidation and corrosion. We covered that. Foreign debris is corrosion of the terminal. Carbon deposits are what happens when it heats up, when the electrical load heats up the carbon deposit or the foreign debris, it turns it into carbon deposits, basically making the problem worse. So, this is only like one thing. We're going down this rabbit hole. There's like so many problems with the connector. It's such a poor design. It's too small for the high wattage. We haven't even shown the numbers for the RTX 5090 yet. So we haven't even done the math on 5090. So 5090 is 575 watts divided by 6. 575 divided by 6. That equals... Oh, wait. No, that's not right. Divided by 12. 12 volts. Equals... So 575 divided by 12. That's 47... 47.9 amps. So you take 47.9 amps and you divide that by 6 pins. Equals... 7. Wow, 7. Is that right? 7.98 amps. That's almost 8 amps. So we can call that about 8 amps of electricity per individual pin on the RTX 5090 at stock configuration. Stock 575 watt. That is way too high. There's like no margin of... There's no safety... There's like barely any safety margin in that. This is barely any safety margin. Barely any safety margin in there. So... 5090 is definitely not a safe graphics card without any sort of mitigation in place, or at least, at the very least, without any monitoring. So the Asus Astral is the only one that has the ability to monitor the individual pins. 1, 2, 3. Man, this drawing is horrible. The 6 pins on the 5090. And the 6 ground pins. The Astral is the only one that is capable of reporting and warning the user ahead of time of a impending tragedy happening in terms of the cable melting down or something. The other thing too is you got to remember that the plastic could also be a reason for the melting. Because if the power or if the current is running at like, 9 amps, 10 amps, 12 amps, whatever, for extended periods of time, you're going to cause very high temperature on the metal. And where does that heat have to go? It radiates outward toward the plastic housing. And the plastic then has to handle the high temperature. So let's see. Plastic melting point. Okay, I typed into Google the melting point of plastic. Hold on, where's this thing? Plastic melting point. Okay. The melting point of plastic depends on the type of plastic, its chemical composition, and molecular structure. Melting points can range from around 70 degrees Celsius to over 200 degrees Celsius. Now, this is why Der Bauer's video was a very good video at shedding light on what could have been happening to cause the cables to melt, or what is the sort of temperature that's happening before a melt occurs. And he was showing 140, 150 degrees Celsius. Now, most of this stuff, okay, it has some results here. ABS plastic melts anywhere from 105 to 140 degrees Celsius. Polypropylene melts from 160 to 170 degrees. Polycarbonate, polyethylene. You can see that these plastics melt somewhere above the temperature that he was seeing. So, his cable didn't melt in the video, but he was measuring temperatures around 150 degrees Celsius. So that can compromise the plastic. You guys have to remember too, sometimes it's not about the instant heat load. The fact that there is a heating up cycle, then a cooling off cycle, then a heating up cycle, cooling off cycle, heat cycle, cool cycle, heat cycle, cool cycle. You can see the constant phase change transitions of the temperature of the plastic is going to cause it to wear down prematurely and eventually cause a meltdown. So this is another thing that I think hasn't really been investigated that much in terms of what actually is causing the destruction of the connector. Is it the plastic unable to handle the high temperature? Is it a knock-on effect of, you have, a compromised cable, either the one pin is too short versus the others, or one has too much dust on it, causing others to take uneven load distribution. And then those are the ones that are heating up really hot. And then that leads to the plastic housing melting down, causing more resistance, exacerbating the problem, eventually leading to a failure of the card and the cable. So there's so many different variables here to look at this. The one that sticks out to me is oxidization, carbon deposits, leading to a higher resistance, leading to the fact that the card cannot load balance at all. So it's at the mercy of the quality of those wires and those terminals. If the terminals are compromised, caked in dust, for example, then the ones that have less dust will take most of the current load, leading to a scenario where you have uneven load distribution and eventually leading to a meltdown of the plastic. And that's what we've seen with a lot of these pictures on Reddit and elsewhere where you have this stuff happening. So things like this. Because to me, it looks like, if you look carefully at these pictures, it looks like the plastic has melted. The metal is still physically there. Now, obviously, these pictures prove another point that I was making earlier. You can see the metal looks oxidized. It looks like it has undergone carbon blast zones all over the metal, which could be foreign debris, but it's very hard to tell because you have now the plastic being compromised and essentially showing the damage. The plastic is what's showing the damage. The other thing, too, is in some of these pictures, there was like a picture, I think, is it this one? Yeah, like, see this one? This, to me, also looks like there was high resistance leading to high heat somewhere, which caused something like this to happen. So, very concerning. I personally, and I'm annoyed that nvidia didn't do anything, like with 40 series. Like, they knew that there was a problem. It was too obvious with the 40 series melting that they needed to either put back the circuitry that the 30 series had, and they didn't do that. So what did they do? They basically were like, oh, well, we'll shorten the pins on the sense wires and we're all good. That obviously didn't solve the problem. And then they also raised the power. The other thing they could have done was they could have simply put two 12-volt high-power connectors on the PCB, so they would load balance 300 watts to one and 300 watts to the other. If you do the math, 300 watts is not dangerous for these connectors, even if you have uneven load. Well, okay, if you have extreme uneven load distribution, maybe, but it has to be very extreme, and it's still very unlikely for it to be a problem. And think about it also, when you have much lower power wattage, that means you have less current flow, that means you have less potential for the carbon deposits to make a difference, because the terminal can't heat up as much because this is not enough electricity. So they could have easily done something. Personally, I think what NVIDIA needs to do, this is what I think NVIDIA needs to do to fix the problem, or at least mitigate the problem. This is what I think. This is my opinion. I think NVIDIA needs to provide a VBIOS update. This is going to be a firmware update for the 5090s to limit the TDP to 450 watts. I was going to say 375, but I think 450 is, we'll call it a compromise. They need to put out a VBIOS that permanently limits the TDP down from 575 to 450. Realistically, if they want to make it safe, they need to limit it to 375. But they're not going to do that because it'll lose way too much performance. Think about it like this. Imagine if the 5090 was not allowed to pull more than 375 watts. It would be interesting to see if the 5090 at 375 watts can beat the 4090, where the 4090 gets to go to 450 watts. You see what I'm saying? So I don't see them doing this because it'll probably like lose to 4090 if it's that low. So I personally think that a happy compromise would be if NVIDIA provides a VBIOS update which lowers the TDP from 575 watts down to 450 watts. That's what I think they need to do. With this high, with 450 watts, the fact that it has more CUDA cores than the 4090 will ensure that it still beats the 4090. And they can still justify the $2,000 price point or MSRP because it has 32 gigabytes of VRAM. So, that's the thing. The other thing is gamers should not buy a 5090. It's that simple. Nvidia should not have marketed the 5090 as a gaming graphics card. They do not market their professional cards as such. I believe that they should have marketed 5090 only for the professional market, for video editing, that kind of stuff, because that would not. The thing is, what people don't realize is content creation apps do not have these weird, spiky, bursty loads that are very dynamic, resulting in lots of quick spikes, power spikes, phase transitions, quick temperature transitions and fluctuations. Games do that. Productivity apps do not do that. That's the reason why I don't think video editors who want to buy a 5090 need to be concerned about this. Now, yeah, they need to make sure they have a high quality cable. They should only use either the NVIDIA provided cable, or they should only use a native cable that comes with the power supply, not a third-party cable, to remove or at least reduce variability of the cable. But I think people who are wanting to buy this for content creation, they're not going to have a problem. It's the gamers that are going to get screwed over, like always. NVIDIA is going to screw over the gamers continuously. Because all these things are like, oh, it's user error. Well, okay, you just spent like $2,000 or more on a GPU. Guess what? Too bad. You know, like, yeah. They're not going to cover that under warranty. So, yeah, so that's basically where we're at with the 5090. I don't think it's like if you want to buy a 5090 for gaming, don't buy a 5090 for gaming. It's not a good idea. We've talked about multiple reasons why it's not a good idea. Until Nvidia does something like this, I won't even consider the 5090 at this point for myself. Like I don't even care anymore about the 5090, to be honest. Like I honestly don't care. Like it's too much of a fire hazard liability. Like it's just too much trouble. You know, like I'm not even gonna bother trying to get one anymore. Like I gave up on it. Not because it's so hard to get, but because of all of this. So to me, the 5090 is basically invisible. We will not really even consider it until NVIDIA does something like limit the TDP to 450. Now people are gonna be like, oh well, can't you just like underclock it or limit it using third-party tools? Yeah, you can, but it's like you shouldn't have to do that. And the average person doesn't want to do that. The average person doesn't want to underclock their GPU. How attractive does that sound to spend $2,000 on or more on a graphics card just to underclock and lower the performance, you know what I mean? Like who wants to do that? Who wants to spend so much money on a product, on a flagship product, just to underclock and like lower that is so stupid. That sounds so retarded. So no, NVIDIA needs to do a force VBIOS update, or at least provide one, and communicate it. And then that is acceptable. That is acceptable. But no, like expecting users to download third-party tools because, oh, guess what? You can't actually overclock or underclock your NVIDIA graphics card using NVIDIA's first-party control panel. Unlike AMD and Intel, you can't do that on NVIDIA. So you have to download like MSI Afterburner or some third-party tool. You used to be able to use EVGA Precision X, and you were able to overclock the GPU. Now you got to rely on third-party tools. Who wants to run third-party tools every time they start their PC to underclock their graphics card? That is lame. That sounds like something a loser would do. Like, no, that sounds so dumb. You shouldn't have to do that. No one should spend $2,000+ on a graphics card just to download MSI Afterburner to lower the power artificially on their card. That sounds so stupid. So no. NVIDIA needs to provide the permanent fix, not expect the user to go and like download Afterburner, a third-party tool, to like underclock the GPU heavily, to like drop it by like 100+ watts. So it's so stupid. The 5090 is basically DOA. Forget about it. Like, if you already have one, if you have the Astral, you're probably okay. If you somehow have one, now you have to deal with a high maintenance computer that it's like, you know what I mean? Like, you're in the back of your mind, you're never going to have full peace of mind because there's always the looming threat, the possibility that something like this could cause a problem. So, with all the things that we just talked about, so there's just too many things that make it like an unattractive product. It's too expensive. It uses way too much electricity. The connector's a fire hazard. It requires so much high maintenance, all this stuff. Like, you can't build a small form factor. You have to have a full tower case, or at the very least, you have to have a very big mid-tower case. Not some small, not some skinny thing. No, you have to have a big, wide case with the big front intake fans. None of this stupid equipment. You cannot put a 5090 in an aquarium. You're going to cause the cable to melt because it doesn't have good airflow. Trust me, you gotta have a traditional case that has the big intake fans at the front. Otherwise, you're gonna melt your connector. If you put this in an aquarium, you're just asking for trouble. So, those aquarium cases, do not put a 5090 in an aquarium case. You're asking for a meltdown. It's only a matter of time. So, you're getting like no airflow over that connector. For real. So, yeah. Too many issues. And these issues are not going to go away. 8 amps per pin. It's not going to go away. The only way is this. This is the only way. Or a redesign. Or somebody needs to come out with an AIB card that literally has two 12-volt connectors on it. And 2 adapters in the box. With dual 8-pin. I mean, that's the only way. Otherwise, it's... I don't know. Better have really good cooling inside that case. Are you going to do a B580 tier list video? See, okay. The reason why I haven't done that video is because I personally don't think B550 is worth getting, to be honest. Like, anyone who's looking at B580, I would strongly suggest looking at X870. I think X870 is the way to go. Not X870E, just regular X870. Because B850 is not, like... Are there any B850s that are under $300 that have PCI Gen 5 on the graphics card slot? See, I personally don't even really consider B550 a thing. Because, like, you're compromising too much on, like, modern PCIe standards now. Like, you're not necessarily getting USB 4. You're not necessarily getting PCI Gen 5. Who here wants to buy a 9070 XT or a 5070 Ti and stick it in a motherboard with PCI Gen 4? Just so you can open up GPU-Z and look at GPU-Z tell you that your graphics card supports Gen 5, but your motherboard is only Gen 4, so therefore you're bottlenecking your graphics card by like 1-2%, depending on the title. Sometimes it can be 4 or 5%, depending on the game. I'm looking at you, Horizon Forbidden West, because you're running PCI Gen 4 on your PCI Gen 5 graphics card. You see what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I'm not a huge fan of B850. B850 to me is kind of like, I would go X870. You can find really good X870 motherboards for like barely any more money. In some cases, the same amount of money as a B850. So that's the reason why. But if you guys really want me to do a video on B850, I guess I could, but it's... I don't know, because the thing is, I personally would not buy B850, so it's hard for me to want to recommend people to buy B850. You understand where I'm coming from? So I strongly recommend anyone out there who's looking at a B850 to look at some of the X870 boards, because X870 is you know, a better choice in the long run. I mean, you could also look at older chipsets like B650E and X670. The thing about those, you got to remember, if you can get a really good deal on those, then go ahead and get those. The one thing about those, though, you got to update the BIOS. You cannot buy an X670 or a B650 or B650E and install your shiny new 9800X3D and expect it to boot up. It will not boot up. You have to update the BIOS using BIOS flashback. And a lot of people don't want to deal with that. And that's the reason why I strongly recommend X870, because X870, it doesn't matter what X870 board you buy, you can put any Ryzen 9000 series CPU in it, and it will boot up out of the box totally fine. So, and then you can do the BIOS update if you want. So that's the reason why I don't typically recommend the previous generation, and I don't like B850 because I feel like it compromises way too much on a lot of modern features that you may not necessarily think you need today, but who knows, maybe you might actually need those features in the future. You just don't know it yet. So that's why I strongly still recommend X870. X870E is if you want like premium stuff. If you just want a motherboard so you can pair it up with a 9800X3D and you can game, I strongly recommend the X870 motherboards. Not X870E because there's a difference. But if you want a premium motherboard, then get X870E. Okay, so I think this covers the discussion on the melted connector. So hopefully I added some value to this discussion, because I know some of the other YouTubers, the larger channels, have put out videos on this subject, but no one was talking about this. So I wanted to talk about this because when I saw the 5090 on a carpeted floor on a Reddit post, and the guy was like, "Oh, the connector melted. Carpet. Why do you have a GPU on a carpeted floor?" You know, that's already sus right there.
Just for information, I am still using PCIe 4.0 for the 5090 because the system would crash if I use PCIe 5.0 on my Meg Ace X670E. Still waiting for a BIOS update or update from nvidia.
Huh. Very interesting. So you're running into that problem despite not using the Founders Edition. See, I was under the impression that's an excellent super chat, because that sheds light on the problem being more widespread than what we all initially believed was isolated to a Founders Edition problem. So the problem with PCI Gen 5 not working, that was strongly believed to only be a Founders Edition problem, because the Founders Edition cards use that ribbon cable that, if it was not good quality, it could cause issues with the signal. But you're having that problem with the Astral, which is interesting. So you said you're waiting for an update from nvidia. Have you reached out to ASUS? If it was me, I would have contacted ASUS. You should open a support case with ASUS and then ask them about that, because that is a problem that I know a lot of reviewers ran into. But to my knowledge, all of the reviewers only experienced that problem with the Founders Edition card. That is interesting, though, that it's happening on a non-Founders Edition card that does not have a ribbon cable. Are you using a riser cable? I guess that's the question I should be asking. Are you using a riser cable? Because have you tried plugging the GPU? Well, see, I don't know. Have you used a riser cable? Because if you plug it directly in, it should be able to do Gen 5. So it should be able to do Gen 5. That's concerning. So it's interesting. I don't think it's a motherboard problem, to be honest. I think that's definitely... So you're saying you're waiting for NVIDIA to do a BIOS update, but the thing is, it would have to come from ASUS. For the Astral, it's going to come through ASUS, not NVIDIA. So you definitely need to open a case with Asus about that. That's what I would do. And for those of you talking about PCI Gen 5, PCI Gen 5 works fine, provided the device supports PCI Gen 5. I myself have tested PCIe Gen 5 with SSDs from as far back as 2023. So I am very familiar with PCI Gen 5. And I can tell you, PCI Gen 5 works totally fine on the motherboards that support it, provided you're using a device that actually uses and supports PCI Gen 5. So I have tested the Crucial T700. This is a Gen 5 SSD. This is the world's second fastest SSD. It used to be the world's fastest SSD until Crucial released the T705. That one is now the world's fastest. But for a while, I was using the world's fastest SSD. And yeah, it's fast and it's true Gen 5 speed. So again, guys, this is another reason why I don't like B850 boards, because I feel like you're missing out on future-proofing your setup if you're buying a system that only has PCI Gen 4 or like very, very few PCI Gen 5 lanes. So that's the reason why I strongly recommend X870. Because if you buy X870, you're getting the full 24 lanes of Gen 5 in addition to the 8 lanes of Gen 4 and the 4 lanes of Gen 3 on the chipset. So just keep that in mind. So the GPU should be working fine at Gen 5 speed. So you're not using a riser cable. Oh, motherboard BIOS? But is it really a motherboard BIOS problem, though? See, that's the thing. I question whether or not it's a motherboard BIOS problem. It could be. There were issues with 40 series cards booting up properly with motherboards, like back in the day when the 40 series was new. I still remember that. There were BIOS updates for the motherboards that fixed that. But I don't know if the PCI Gen 5 problem is a motherboard problem. Because I've tested a Gen 5 SSD in a Gigabyte board, the MSI board, the Asus board, just to test the temperatures, just to test the heatsink that the motherboard came with, to see who did the best. And Gigabyte, by far, blew everyone else out of the water. Like Gigabyte Aorus, Aorus Master, and Aorus Extreme AI Top have the best Gen 5 cooling compared to everyone else. Asus was the worst. MSI was actually pretty bad. MSI was actually really bad with Gen 5 cooling. At least the Godlike. The Godlike was terrible. So, totally not recommended for Gen 5.
Would you check for a second the specs of the Asus ROG B850E? I'm about to buy it, but I'd like your opinion about it. I don't mind PCIe 4 too much, I think.
Okay, we can look at it. But I still question, like, why not consider the X870? But we'll look at it here. Asus B850-E. Okay. We'll look at it. And then we're going to have to switch topics to the AMD 9070 XT, because there's a lot of discussion on that card in the chat. So we're going to have to switch topics and stop talking about the 5090 here soon. But for that 5090 thing, though, I would definitely open a case with Asus you should open a case with Asus and MSI. MSI because that's on the motherboard side, Asus because it's on the GPU side. So you need to make sure that it's not a problem that Asus can't solve. Okay, here we go. Strix B850-E. It says it has PCI Gen 5 support, one USB 4 Type-C, and Wi-Fi 7, and a Realtek 5 gig. So, okay, knowing what I know about B850 and X870, the difference is X870 guarantees the full 24 lanes CPU direct connect lanes of Gen 5. B850, it is optional. So they can choose to do it or they don't have to. So let's see what Asus did. Maximum amount of RAM, 256 gigabytes of DDR5. Okay, that's pretty standard. Supports this. Okay. One display port, one HDMI, one USB 4. Okay. So one difference is, well, I'll just keep going. Okay, so that's fine. So then we have a Gen 5 graphics card slot. And then it has, it has that Q release thing. Is that the one that scratches people's graphics cards? That's the one that scratches the cards, right? That like the one that I have that scratches my graphics cards? Is it what I'm thinking it is? Is this it? Does it have the thing that scratches the cards? I mean, it's not a big deal. It's not like it's going to damage the card, but it is kind of annoying that it scratches it. Oh, yeah, it has it. Oh, it has the thing that's going to scratch the graphics card. Well, whatever. Was that Z? Yeah, it's all of Asus's motherboards. It's both the Intel Z890 and the AMD X870, X870E. No, it's hilarious, you guys, because you guys know I switched from Gigabyte to Asus. One computer is using X3D, so X3D with the Crosshair Hero scratches my graphics card. The other computer, Intel Core Ultra with the Asus Maximus Hero, also scratches my graphics cards. Fantastic. Now my two new test computers, both my Intel and my AMD, courtesy of Asus, scratches my graphics cards. Wonderful stuff. Okay, so this has that. So just be aware of that. So one PCIe, okay, this is the X4. Okay. So when this is enabled. All right, it's got GPU lane sharing. So that the way they're doing two more Gen 5 is off of the graphics card slot. The fourth one shares bandwidth with the X4 slot. When the X4 slot is operating, the fourth M.2 is disabled. So, okay, so you can do, it sounds like there's 4 M.2 drives. One of them is Gen 5 CPU. These other two share lanes with the graphics card, but they're Gen 5. We've seen this before. This was a very popular thing that Gigabyte did this generation with a lot of their Aorus motherboards. They also did this with the previous generation Aorus Extreme. But now Asus is embracing GPU lane sharing because the assumption is if you're using a Gen 5 graphics card at full Gen 5 speed, it doesn't matter if it's running at 8 lanes because Gen 5 at 8 lanes is equal to Gen 4 at 16 lanes. So this is the reason why I don't care about the GPU lane sharing, provided I'm using a Gen 5 graphics card. So that is the reason why. So the super chat earlier about the 5090 having to run at Gen 4, that to me is unacceptable. So you really need to get in touch with Asus and MSI. Asus for the Astral, MSI for the motherboard, and figure out why that's not working, because that graphics card is a PCI Gen 5 graphics card, therefore it should run at PCI Gen 5 speed, provided the motherboard, and I know that the Ace supports Gen 5, so it totally should be running at full PCIe Gen 5 16 lanes. To me, that is unacceptable, so you definitely need to open a support ticket with both of those vendors to figure out what's going on there, because that would drive me crazy. If I had a 5090 and if it was not running at Gen 5, I would not accept that. That is a deal breaker, because There's so many motherboards that have lane sharing, so it's like, if it's Gen 5, I don't care, because 8 lanes of Gen 5 is still like 16 lanes of Gen 4. You see what I'm saying? So, okay, so it has the lane sharing. Then it has, oh, it actually has, wait, it has 5 M.2s? Wait, this has, what? How is this? Okay, do we have to do a block diagram for this motherboard? This motherboard sounds very sus. It has 5 M.2s. 5 M.2s on a single chipset B850? How was I able to pull that off? Oh, wait, I think I know how. That is interesting. 5 M.2s. So how are they... That is... Oh, okay, wait, so they're doing this one. They have 8 lanes of Gen 4. So where's their Wi-Fi going? Like, where's the Wi-Fi? That's 1 lane. This is 1 lane. That's 2 lanes. Oh, you know, do they support RAID? Does the storage support RAID? It probably doesn't support RAID. It's not like anyone really cares about RAID anymore on consumer desktops. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a limitation. It's like, oh, you can't do RAID with those SATA ports because... Nope, it supports RAID. What? It supports RAID 01510? They have to have some kind of lane sharing, though. Like, how are they doing... I think we have to do a block diagram. I'm going to have to clear out all this stuff that we drew, the 5090. Yeah, we're going to have to draw this out because this is confusing. So the Asus... We're going to have to do a block diagram for this motherboard because Asus... Well, hold on. They don't... Well, whatever. Let's just derive it. We're going to do the full deriving the motherboard. The B850. This is going to be B850 Strix-E. So you have... This is going to be a ROG B850-E Strix. Or Strix B850-E. ROG Strix B850-E. This is AM5. That's where the CPU goes. That's the socket. This is B850 chipset. There is only one of them. It is a single chipset motherboard. So you have CPU lanes. You have the downlink. You have Gen 4. You have Gen 3. Very basic stuff. So here, the first thing that they do is they connect this to a splitter. Already, it has a splitter. They have the graphics card. And then they have 2 M.2s sharing the lanes. So you have here, you have a combination. This is going to be GPU M2_1, M2_2, or no. M2_2, M2_3. So these guys require 4 lanes. This guy requires 4 lanes. This guy gets the remaining 8 lanes. If you don't use these and you leave them empty, the GPU takes these lanes and goes to full 16 lanes. But the minute you plug an SSD into either of these, it doesn't matter if it's one and the other is still empty, the GPU drops to 8. So it's all or nothing. You either never use these for full 16, or you use both of them and you run the GPU at 8 lanes. If you do this one, I don't use this, you're not going to get 12 lanes. You're only going to get 8, which means you're leaving 4 lanes wasted, unused. Because it splits instantly. As soon as it detects something is here, it drops this to 8. There's no such thing as a GPU running at 12 lanes. So it's either 16 lanes or it's 8 lanes. Nothing in between. Okay, over here, we have some stuff. We have M21. It gets its dedicated lanes. Dedicated lanes. Then you get USB 4. That is supposed to get dedicated lanes also. So, okay, so that's that. So now, they're probably doing something weird with they kind of can't, because that's kind of like a fixed chipset, so I don't know how they're doing the network. So now we have down here another split. Another split. Down here, it has M2 underscore 4 and PCIe, what was it, 4.0 or G4 or something? What was the name of that thing? PCIe, where is it? G4, PCIe X16 G4. Okay. PCIe X16 G4. This is 4 lanes. One or the other. This requires 4 lanes. This requires 4 lanes. So it means only one of them at a time. You can either do this or you can do this. So you have this and then you cannot use this. Or you can use this but you cannot use this. It is one or the other. It cannot do both. It is a choice. You cannot have both because there's only 4 lanes. So it does not do what MSI does. MSI does something called lane share or bandwidth sharing. It doesn't do lane sharing, it does bandwidth sharing, which means MSI, the Tomahawk, allows the bandwidth to be divided, which means on an MSI, you can do this and this together simultaneously. You cannot do that on this Asus motherboard. It's one or the other, not both. You must make a choice. So now the remaining 4 lanes go to the 5th M.2. Unless that's not X4. Let me make sure. What is that one? That is, wow, that is 4 lanes. Very impressive. This is very impressive stuff. So, this is very impressive for a B850. I didn't know B850 was this good. I may have to actually do a tier list video. This is 4 lanes. 4 lanes. Do we know the totals? Totals. PCIe 5.0 X24. PCIe 4.0 X8. PCIe 3.0 X4. These are the full lanes that you get on a B850. You get potentially 24 CPU lanes that could be Gen 5. Potentially Gen 5. They don't have to be Gen 5. It's optional. But in this case, Asus Strix is doing the full Gen 5. And then you have 8 lanes of Gen 4 off of the chipset, and you have an additional 4 lanes of Gen 3 off of the chipset. Now, here's where things get really interesting, because Asus is doing the SATA ports. SATA 1 through 4. All of them are taking the 4 lanes. And they support RAID, which means they have to have their individual lanes. Otherwise, you cannot do RAID. Which means there's literally no lanes for the networking. The Wi-Fi 7, the 5 gig LAN, they have to go somewhere. So what I think Asus is doing is they're not doing USB 4 directly. They're doing a splitter. They have another splitter that, and only Asus would know the truth. I'm only guessing here based off of understanding how these things work. But I think they have another split, or they actually do a lane, they do a bandwidth share. They do a bandwidth share. Well, actually, no, they don't have to. I just realized they don't have to do that. So they have ASM 4242. Everybody knows about ASM 4242. We talked a lot about this guy. Asmedia 4242. Everyone who's been watching my channel since we covered the launch of X870E last year knows all about ASM 4242. So I think I know what Asus is doing. So the reason why typically the ASM 4242 provides dual 40 gig USB 4 ports, but Asus is only providing one USB 4 port, which means they have an adapter connecting the 5 gig LAN and the Wi-Fi 7 off of what could have been your second USB 4 port. There we go. That accounts for everything on this motherboard. So overall, this is actually a pretty good motherboard. I want to know what the price of this is. This is actually a pretty good board. Well, how much is this board? You're thinking of getting this? This is good, but okay, like this is good, but I think there's still a lot of X870E boards that are better than this. This is around $400. Oh, it's almost 300. Oh, okay. So this is going up against the MSI Tomahawk, the X870 Tomahawk. This has a debug code. This is an interesting board. Let me see. Let's go look at the gallery. Yeah, you know what's good about this? It has a postcode debug. It has a postcode debug. It has that X4. So, okay. The thing that I like about it, it has 5 M.2s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It has 5 M.2s just like the X870E Nova. It does not have a backplate. No, you would never get a backplate from Asus at this price point. If you want a backplate from Asus, you got to spend $700 minimum for a backplate. So no, it definitely doesn't have a backplate. So, it is an interesting board. I'm not gonna lie, it is very interesting. It has 5 M.2s for around $300. So it offers more than the X870 Tomahawk. Is that true? It only has one USB 4 port though. The Tomahawk has 2. But it has an extra, it has a 5th M.2, but you can't actually use all 5 if you want to use the bottom slot. So again, the thing with B850, and this is true of X870, there's so much like compromise on, if you need a capture card, you can't use one of the M.2s, or it's like this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So, or if you want to use, well, there's ways around that. You can use an external capture card, like the Elgato, or you can use like the Live Gamer Bolt, for example, on USB 4. So all that stuff. I don't know. It's not a bad motherboard at all because it has the debug and all that stuff and 5 M.2s. So yeah, this one's a good one. It's a good one. It's one of those things though. Like here's the thing, guys. Like for $50 more, you could get the Nova, and the Nova's like way better than this. The Nova is just still way better than this. Because the Nova gives you a backplate. The Nova also has 5 M.2s. You don't have to compromise on the lane sharing with the GPU. There's none of that nonsense with the GPU slot on the Nova. And the Nova has the dual 40 gig USB 4. This only has one USB 4. So for $50 more, personally, I would still get the Nova. I would still get the Nova over this. It's not bad though. So if you can't get the Nova, obviously the Nova is always out of stock because people recognize the value that it offers. So this is a decent alternative. So yeah, I mean it's good. If you don't need the dual chipset of X870E, this is fine. I don't see anything wrong with it. You found an open box Nova at Micro Center for like two. Yeah, yeah, you probably should have gotten that unless you did. Anyway, that's a good one. So yeah, I have my stamp of approval on this. So if you want to get this, it's fine. It's good. Oh, you got it working at 6,000 on the Meg Ace. Yeah, I would imagine the Meg Ace would have very similar behavior to the Godlike in terms of what was required to get it working. But that's good to hear that you got it working. Yeah, that sounds like that's good. The only thing, sometimes the sleep cycle on that much RAM is hard for the RAM to or hard for the motherboard to handle. Because what I've found is, you got to keep in mind, like 192 gigabytes of RAM is a lot of RAM. When you put the computer to sleep, when the RAM is in that low power state, sometimes there could be stability problems after waking it up. So that is something you need to check. If you use sleep mode, you definitely want to check that. Otherwise, if you turn the computer all the way off, then it's not a problem. But I personally use sleep mode on my computers, S3 standby. So I have to have that feature working. Okay, so that was this. Let's talk about AMD's upcoming graphics card. So there was a couple of leaks here. So, well, before we get into that, let's talk about AMD's 9070 XT. Because I think this is going to be the hero of this GPU generation. So the 9070 XT. AMD Gaming YouTube channel will host the official Radeon RX 9000 RDNA 4 GPU reveal on the 28th of February at 8 a.m. Eastern. The Team Red is officially ready to unveil everything it has been hiding for so long. Okay, yeah, it's so long. Yeah, the company has just announced that the RDNA 4 will be revealed. AMD's Vice President and General Manager of Ryzen CPU and Radeon. Oh, I didn't know he was the GM of both. This dude is a GM. He's a like a GM in like WoW, for example. Man, this guy's a GM. He's not a GM of WoW or Final Fantasy. He's a GM of Ryzen and Radeon. This guy's a GM. He's straight up a G. He has published a post on Twitter announcing that the Radeon 9000 series will be revealed on the 28th of February, followed by the retail launch in early March. Here it is from David McAfee, the GM himself. The wait is almost over. Join us on February 28th at 8 a.m. Eastern for the reveal of the next gen AMD Radeon RX 9000 series. Get ready to make it yours when it hits shelves in early March. RSVP. Okay, the last part, he probably didn't need to say like the get ready all the way RSVP. That makes it sound very salesy. But get ready to make it yours when it hits shelves in early March. That sounds like sales speech right there. But, whatever. So everybody is so desperately thirsty for graphics cards. People can't buy 5090s. People probably don't even want to buy 5090s anymore because of the power thing and the connector problems and all that stuff. And it's super expensive. So 5080 is very lackluster, very lame. So now they're targeting the people that are like everyone else. So you have like all those 5080 and 5090 people. Now you're talking to everyone else. You're talking to the real world. You're talking to the reality. So now it's going to be announced at the end of the month. It's going to launch in March. And very soon, we're going to see what those AIB cards are all about. Because there are some crazy leaks about the AIB cards. So they're going to show the price. They're going to show all that stuff. This is probably going to be very good for productivity as well. There were leaks of a 32 gigabyte edition, but AMD said that that's not true. Frank Azor already said that it's not true. So AMD shuts down rumors about a 32 gigabyte version of Radeon XT. So right here, Frank Azor himself said it. So right here, Tech Power Up was like, the XT could get a 32 gigabyte upgrade. And then Frank Azor just straight up, no, the 9070 XT is not coming in 32 gigabyte capacity. So there you go. Not happening. That might be a missed opportunity, but I think what they're going to do, they're going to probably make a professional version of this, and that's going to be the 32 gigabyte card. That's typically how they do these things. So the rumor is probably not true. It's just not correct in the sense that the rumor doesn't understand that there's such a thing as professional graphics cards and there's regular, like, commercial, I guess, consumer grade graphics cards. So the consumer graphics card is going to be 16 gigabyte. The professional one is going to be 32 gigabyte, and it will have a blower style cooler on it. Yeah, the Pro card. Yes, the Pro card will have 32 gigabytes of VRAM. So they're not wrong. It's just that was the thing. And the funny thing is, Linus, somebody from Linus's editing staff, I'm not going to name any names, but Linus was doing a live stream earlier today about the new build that they were going to give their editors. So it consists of basically my computer, except it's a different GPU. So they have a 9950X as the editor's CPU, and they're going with an RTX 5080. And then they brought the editor in, and he was like, what? The 5080 only has like 16 gigs of VRAM. That's not good. And they're like, wait, what? He said, I thought the problem was you need a bit more performance. And he's like, no, we actually need more VRAM because the 3090 only has 24 gigs of VRAM. So then the editor almost let it slip. He was like, I thought there was the card that was coming out with more VRAM than... And then they had to silence him really quick because he was about to say something that they were under an NDA, and he wasn't allowed to say that on camera. So then he quickly like silenced himself. But, you know, he almost let it slip that there's going to be a 64 gigabyte 5090 Ti for the professional consumer market. Now, it's really a professional card though. He was not referring to a gamer consumer card. He was referring to the nvidia, what do they call it? The RTX, what would this even be called? B6000 64 gigabyte graphics card. That is what he was talking about. So, but they were trying to like quiet him because they didn't want the chat to misinterpret what he was saying. So, because he might not have even conveyed it properly. So, anyway. But yeah, I feel like AMD, like, the 32 gigabyte card is going to be a professional card. So, if they were to make this for the consumer market with 32 gigs, I don't know, because it really depends on, like, what's the BOM cost increase to sell it with the higher VRAM chip, like the more dense VRAM chip, for example. So, that's really what makes up the difference. So, yeah, it's going to be a 16 gigabyte card. This is going to be probably the best value graphics card for anyone out there who is going to be gaming on 1440p. So we rarely ever talk about 1440p on this channel because all the big GPUs like the 5090, the 4090, those are all 4K graphics cards. So we always talk about 4K resolution. Everything is evaluated from the lens of 4K gaming. Nowadays, you look at all the reviews, or you look at those simple videos where they show like one test. Guess what? It's always 4K tests now. So, for those of you that feel like the mainstream tech channels are leaving you behind, or they're not speaking directly to you anymore because they're all on 4K monitors, they're all on like OLED 4K, blah blah blah, endgame stuff, you know. And you guys, most people out there are still on 1080p. And a lot of people are migrating to 1440p for gaming. No one's migrating to 1440p for productivity. I can guarantee you that. They're all going to 4K, or they're already at 4K. But this is going to be a very solid choice for anyone who is gaming on a 1440p monitor. Finally, something that addresses the 1440p crowd, because the 1440p crowd is basically abandoned. Like, no one really cares about them anymore. Gamers or developers don't care about them anymore. They only care about 4K. Clearly, you look at Monster Hunter Wilds, it was designed for 4K. It looks terrible and blurry at the lower resolutions. So it's weird, but that is where the developers are going. But 1440p, this is going to be a perfect graphics card for 1440p. So it'll be interesting to see how it performs. And it looks like, where was that thing? Okay, so here, somebody leaked somebody leaked Monster Hunter Wilds benchmark with the 9070 XT. And these were the results. This was using the 9070 XT. They even try to blur it out. But you can see PCIe 16 lanes of Gen 5 motherboard with Gen 5 graphics card running 16 lanes at full Gen 5 bandwidth, which means the RX 9070 XT will be a PCIe Gen 5 16 lane graphics card, perfect for the B850 Strix that we just looked at. So very, very interesting stuff. The boost clock looks like it's going to be 3.1 gigahertz, unless they were overclocking, because when you overclock, it's going to adjust the boost number here. Resizable bar is enabled, and we can see the results. Hold on, let me see. He has two different ones. Okay, what is this? This is a 4080. Like, what is this? Okay, so this is the result that they tested. Now, a couple of things about this. This is, whoever was running this test was running the test in traditional Chinese. This is Chinese traditional writing. So, I can tell you that this is frame gen on. They have frame gen turned on. And also, they're running this on the Ultra preset at 1080p native resolution. So this is Ultra settings, 1080p with frame gen. That is this result. So they are getting 211.7 frames per second at 1080p with the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K with the upcoming 9070 XT. Now, for comparison, I wanted to see how does this graphics card stack up to my own system, because you guys know I have the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K. So I ran my own test earlier today. This is my result from the system that we live streamed last weekend. So here it is, my result with my very own reference Radeon RX 7900 XTX with a Intel Core Ultra 9 285K on Ultra settings with 1080p with frame gen turned on. We have 204 frames per second, 34,839 frames rendered. Now, this is very impressive that the 9070 XT was actually able. I couldn't believe that the 9070 XT beat my 7900 XTX. I was not expecting this to be the case. This is like for like, exact same settings, exact same CPU. I can't believe that my XTX lost to a 9070 XT. Now, granted, this is about 4% faster than the XTX in Monster Hunter Wilds. But that is crazy that the previous $1,000 AMD flagship loses to what is supposed to be a mid-market graphics card, a 9070 XT. That's crazy. So this is a very, very impressive result. And for all of those of you that watched the live stream that we did last weekend, showing the performance of Monster Hunter Wilds, you guys know that Monster Hunter Wilds is an incredibly difficult game to run. And the fact that this card is making it do 200 plus frames at 1080p. Now, granted, this is at 1080p with frame gen. So if you cut that frame rate in half, that is still a very high frame rate, a natural frame rate. Very similar to what you get with the XTX. So this is a very, very impressive result. I still don't understand how the XTX is losing to a 9070 XT. So really, really interesting stuff. As soon as I saw this, I was like, man, I have to bench it myself to see how it compares. So this is the same thing. This is Chinese traditional, which means possibly, now I'm not 100% sure on this, but what this tells me is that the individual who leaked this benchmark is probably based in Taiwan. The person who ran this test was probably running the test in Taiwan. I wouldn't be surprised if the leak came from Taiwan. Now, I'm not saying anything's wrong with Taiwan. I'm just saying, like, this is Chinese. This is traditional Chinese. This is not simplified Chinese, which means this leak probably did not come from mainland China. It probably came from Taiwan. Not to call out the Taiwanese. I'm just saying, man, the guy probably should have ran the test in English to cloak himself better. Because this is, you know, like, this gives it away, man. I see Chinese traditional on the screen. I'm like, wait, hold on a second. Someone in Taiwan ran this test and leaked it, or somebody somehow got a leak. Because you wouldn't see someone in the US running this with traditional Chinese. West Taiwan. No, we're not gonna go there on this stream, guys. But yeah, that's traditional Chinese. So you can tell by the writing. You can tell up here. It's basically saying that it's a very good result. It's like an excellent result. And then the reason why I know it's frame gen is because right here in green, you see this part in green? These 4 characters are like generating the frames or something. So that's frame gen. So this is a frame gen result. Frame gen on. And then these 2 characters here, I don't know what this symbol means on the left, but the second symbol means very, like, tall, high. So this is like extremely high. This literally says extremely high. Basically, it means ultra preset. And to verify it, what you can do, if you don't believe me, you can go into the benchmark, convert everything. You can literally choose the Chinese traditional language for the actual in-game language, and then go run the benchmark, and then you will see that it's a like for like. So this is ultra preset, frame gen on, 1080p. That's it. That's the result. So the fact that it managed to beat my XTX is very, very impressive. Very impressive. Yeah, it means very high. Yeah. So this is basically ultra, because there's no, like, in the benchmark, there's no very high. There's only ultra, then high, then medium, and then low, and then lowest. So this is basically ultra preset. Because I could tell you, if I run the XTX on high settings, it's gonna destroy the result here. It's gonna be like 240 something FPS or something like that, or 238 or something like that. You use the cable mod 90-degree connector on the 4090. Interesting. Yeah, we already talked about the 4090. The whole, like, first half of the stream was all about the connector melting. Okay, so that pretty much covers it. So I don't know. What do you guys think? So here's another like leaked thing, or I don't know if it's a leak. I think Sapphire may have announced this. Sapphire's massive triple slot with triple fan, Nitro Plus. This looks like it's a 3-finger design. Custom model. AMD Radeon 9070 GPU pictured. Now, there are people theorizing that the Sapphire card will come with the nvidia 12-volt high power connector. Now, I don't know if that's true, but it could be true because ASRock is coming out with a 9070 XT that uses the 12-volt high power cable connector. I don't know why they're doing that. I personally, like, I'm like, man, these guys really screwed up. They're probably like looking at all the news about the melting connectors, and they're like, maybe we should not have used this connector on our flagship cards, our best graphics cards. That might not be a good idea, but it looks like the Nitro might have a 12-volt high-power connector on it. Now, it may not be an issue, because it's probably going to be like 300 watts or whatever, so that's not going to be a danger compared to like 600 watts. So, it might not be a problem. It'll be no different from like a 4080 Super, you know what I'm saying? So, if it uses it, I don't know if I'll consider getting it, because I'm trying to avoid that connector, if at all possible. So, if the Nitro comes with the stupid 12-volt, I'm probably going to skip the Nitro and go for a different one.
Is there a low-profile 7900 XTX you would suggest? My 4090 does not fit the bottom slot of my Fractal Torrent, which has bottom fans.
Yeah.
So I can't use it together with my 5090.
Yeah.
Or should I wait for 9900 XTX?
So there aren't really, to my knowledge, there aren't any dual slot XTX cards. They're all going to be like 2.5 or larger. Even the reference AMD card is a 2.5 slot. So, and I know exactly how that is on your case because I have the exact same case, and I know how the fans are down there. So yeah, your options are going to be really limited. For XTX for sure, I don't think there's going to be any that fit. Also, the Fractal Torrent is a 7-slot chassis, so you cannot use a. Now it depends on where that X8 slot is. The problem is if you put it in the X8 slot, it's too close to the 5090, so you have to put it in the X4 slot, and I think the X4 is. Let me see, Meg Ace. Yeah, so that one, 2, 3. Ooh, yeah, so you're going to need... The Fractal Torrent only has 7 slots. So it doesn't have enough to allocate for the third finger on most of these XTX cards. So you're probably better off waiting for the 9070 XT. So what I would suggest you do is just simply wait for the 9070 XT. Because... the 9070 XT is going to include better media encoding quality. This will introduce AMD's brand new media encoder, which should bring AMD like up to the same standard quality as the NVIDIA stuff, the NVENC stuff. So they were already good when it came to HEVC and AV1. In fact, AMD had the best HEVC, the H.265 encoder, but everyone was still talking about H.264, so it was often overlooked. Then AV1 came out and basically stole the thunder again from HEVC. But they're coming out with a new media encoder. So definitely, at this point, I would probably, if I were you, I would just wait to see what the RDNA 4 graphics cards do, because those are going to be PCI Gen 5. The other thing, too, is this motherboard that you have has Gen 5 on all 3 slots, including the bottom slot, which means when you plug... So I misspoke last time when I told you about running through the chipset. In the case of the Ace, now this is only true for the Meg Ace, the Ace, the bottom slot is directly connected to the CPU, which means you bypass the dual chipset completely if you plug the graphics card into the X4 slot. So yeah, this one is a perfect motherboard for dual graphics cards because it has 3 different slots that go directly to the CPU. So yeah, this one, if you want to get the 9070 XT and you want to plug it in as a secondary graphics card underneath the 5090 Astral, you can totally do that. You're probably going to need to upgrade your power supply unless you already have a 1600 watt power supply. If I was going to do what you're trying to do, I would not have anything less than 1300 watts. 1300 watt power supply is the absolute minimum that I would go with if you're going to pair a 5090 with a 9070 XT. And if you're doing XTX, you would need a 1500 watt minimum power supply to even have enough like cable connectors on the power supply. The Ace does have a backplate. So that's what I would do. I personally, at this point, I would wait for one of these. I would wait for RDNA 4. Since you just upgraded to the latest NVIDIA, you might as well just wait for the latest AMD. And just have the latest of both on the same computer. So the second slot does share with the top, but the bottom slot does not share. The bottom slot is a dedicated Gen 5 X4, which is why the Ace has remained one of the most future-proof X670E motherboards. Because you guys have to remember, the Ace is a motherboard from 2022. This motherboard accompanied the launch of the Zen 4 Ryzen 7000 series back in late summer of 2022. It was back in September of 2022 was when this was a new motherboard. At the time, I told people that this would be one of the best motherboards to get because this is the type of motherboard that someone could get and enter the AM5 ecosystem and literally do a socket upgrade all the way to the very last AM5 CPU. They could start with Zen 4 and they could go all the way to whatever the last AM5 CPU is. Because this motherboard is loaded with Gen 5 connectivity. All 3 slots are full Gen 5. All 3 slots go directly to the CPU. None of them go through the chipset. So that is a very future-proof motherboard. The fact that it also has 10 gigabit LAN on the back. It also has 20 gig USB-C. It's basically got everything. So it even has the rare 6 SATA ports. You rarely ever see motherboards with more than 4 SATA ports now. And this thing has 6. So, yeah, really good motherboard. Okay, but that's what I would do. I'd probably wait for 9070. There'll probably be dual slot 9070 XT. At least 1 or 2 couple choices to choose from. Okay, so that's what I would do. RDNA 4, we still don't know much more about it. We're just going to have to wait at this point for this until the reveal. So that's basically going to... This thing will be revealed when Monster Hunter Wilds comes out, interestingly enough. The Ace motherboard is better than its big brother, the Godlike. In some ways it is. In some ways it definitely is. The Godlike is higher maintenance. It's more annoying because it had the... I don't know how much you guys are paying attention to the Godlike. The Godlike had this weird issue with the dashboard display thing, the LED screen on it failing. So MSI had to do a firmware update to fix that. I have a whole video on how to fix that problem. Now, my video is kind of outdated now because MSI has an official new firmware update that fixed the problem, supposedly. I've since done all of the updates, and mine has never had any problems ever since. So, but yeah, the Ace never had to deal with that. The Godlike has basically the same layout. The only difference is Godlike has a 5th M.2 slot and it has USB 4, and it has Wi-Fi 7. But that's because those things weren't available to the Ace when it came out. So that's the benefit of being a newer generation platform. 9070 XT going to be GDDR6. GDDR6 is the rumors. Yes, it'll be GDDR6. It looks like it's clocked pretty high though, according to this leak. Like this leak, I don't know how true this is. It looks legitimate because the fact that the score is what it is, it looks like it's gonna be 3.1 gigahertz boost. Now, who knows what model this is? They blurred all that out. They don't show the BIOS. They don't show the sub-vendor. The revision is C0. It's a Navi 48. The release date is 2025. So it's out in the wild. It has GDDR6 Hynix memory. The shaders are true. 4096 unified shaders. GDDR7 does nothing for gaming. I wouldn't say that. The problem that I'm noticing that nvidia is running into is they're hamstringing a lot of their cards. Like the cards are either not enough VRAM, like the 5080, so they're not going to last very long for how much money you spend, and before they feel like they're outdated. And then the other thing is they blast way too much power on a connector that's unsafe. So it's like nvidia is like self-sabotaging themselves this time around, which is interesting because they rarely ever do this. The last time they did this was back in 2009, 2008, 2009. It's funny how history repeats itself. So this is an interesting card. I think this is going to be the most interesting card that launches this year, to be honest. I mean, 5090 is interesting because it's high wattage, high performance, but high wattage and very high cost. It's very expensive. But other than that, you know, like how practical is 5090 for most people? It's let's be honest, it's not. It's a Halo tier product for people that can afford one, and also it's definitely more of like a productivity GPU. 5080 is very lame and not good in a lot of ways that are completely different in ways that the 5090 has shortcomings. So that's kind of a skip as far as I'm concerned. Although 5080 is probably not going to have nearly as many instances of the melted connectors because the wattage is so much lower. So it has that going for it. But as Linus said, and I kind of agree with him, he said this today, that the 5080 is the gaming flagship. He does not view the 5090 as a gamer's card. And I agree with him. I do not think the 5090 should be purchased solely for gaming. I don't think that NVIDIA was fully transparent in like who that graphics card is intended for. So I think it's interesting because this sort of almost botched generation from NVIDIA, this 50 series launch, this 50 series generation in general is going to leave a relatively lackluster reputation. So it's only going to prolong the 40 series in the market because I think 40 series is going to retain its position for a long time, unlike a lot of other previous generations. So it's almost like it's going to kind of be like the 10 series. In some ways, it's going to be like 10 series. You know, the 1080 Ti was so good because the 20 series was so lackluster. This time around, same deal. 4090 is going to be it's going to be looked at as like so good because the 50 series is so lackluster. 5080 can't even beat 4090. Even when it's overclocked, it can't beat 4090. So it's kind of like, it's very underwhelming. 5090 wins, but it's more expensive and it can potentially be a fire hazard. You know what I'm saying? Like, not very attractive to most people. And then all of Nvidia's mid-range and down are always like, to me, the way I think of Nvidia's graphics cards, Nvidia has 50, they have the 90 class, the Halo product, then they have the 80, which is like the true gamer's flagship. That's meant for the true gamer. Then they have the 70 and the 60, and the 70 and the 60 to me are like sloppy seconds. They're like the leftovers. You know what I'm saying? Like, not to bash on anybody who has 70 or 60 class Nvidia cards, but you guys are like, those cards are so average Joe, like boring, you know, like nothing cool about it. I'm serious. Like, there's nothing interesting about a 4070 or a 4060. Like, there's the most boring generic like GPUs that you'll find in laptops. So, like, really lame. Really, really lame. So, that's why we don't really talk about those cards on this channel, because it's like, who's going to be excited to talk about a 4060? Who finds that interesting? You know, like, as tech enthusiasts, do you find talking about a 4060 interesting? Is that like a captivating topic of discussion? The RTX 4060. 8 gigabytes of VRAM. $300 something. Like, is that really that cool? So, like, the reality is most gamers, here's the reality, guys. And the sad reality is the average gamer doesn't even know this. They're completely ignorant to this fact. Well, I don't know if it's a fact. I guess it's my opinion, but I'm going to go ahead and say it anyway. The fact is, as far as I'm concerned, the average gamer is much better served from going with AMD or Intel when it comes to graphics cards, just for gaming. Just for gaming. Like, by giving Nvidia their money, they're just maintaining the status quo of, like, you know, it's the same sloppy seconds every 2 years. You get your sloppy seconds 60 series. You know, your meat and potatoes, here you go. Here's your green beans, middle school cafeteria lunch. There you go. We're serving up 4060 and 4060 ties. You know, get your sloppy seconds with your chocolate milk. You know what I'm talking about? Like, that's basically it. That's people who buy 4060s. 4060 Ti, 4070, 40 whatever, 4070 even. 4070 was like a stupidly expensive card with only 12 gigabytes of VRAM. That thing is a joke. And yet so many people bought one. And you know how many people that I've talked to that have 4070 Ti and they regret buying a 4070 Ti because they feel like they constantly have to sacrifice on graphics settings because they don't have enough VRAM anymore for their high refresh 1440 monitor. It's kind of lame. It's really, really lame. So many people bought like 4070 Ti with 12 gigs of VRAM, and the thing is a joke in 2025. And the few people out there, like the 5 people in the world that bought the 7900 XT, not the XTX, I'm talking about the regular XT, it's like they paid the same amount of money as the people that bought the 4070 Ti, but guess what? They're laughing to the bank now because they got 20 gigabytes of VRAM. They don't have to upgrade. They can completely ignore all these graphics cards because their 20 gigs of VRAM is going to get them by for a whole nother 2 years. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, the really good value for the people who don't buy flagship products, AMD is the king of the value. Like, if you buy an AMD card, you can sit on the graphics card for 5 years. Like, many YouTubers, like Wendell has done a video on this, and I was thinking of making a similar video. Like, the 7800 XT is what is referred to as the 5-year graphics card because it's for the average gamer who doesn't pay attention to the most expensive. They don't buy the most expensive cards. Gaming is like their hobby. They play MOBAs like League of Legends with their friends. They might play Battle Royale games. They might play survival games, whatever, single player RPGs, you know, like Final Fantasy, whatever. So people who play those type of games, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, you know, what those things, maybe Call of Duty, whatever, and they're playing it like 1440p. So the 7800 XT was like, that is the king of value, and then there was the GRE as well, but that was more rare. So it's like those were the cards, those 16 gigabyte cards that are in that like $500 to $700 price range. Like that was the king of value, because you're literally like, the way I look at it is like, okay, how much money is it going to cost me to buy a gaming console? It's going to be like $500 for a gaming console. Okay, if I want to do PC gaming, how much money do I have to spend on a graphics card? Oh, $500. That's kind of like the price of a gaming console. If I want a premium console, I could spend $700 for a PS5 Pro. So, if you look at the alternative of gaming on PC, assuming you have a decent PC, all you need to do is upgrade the graphics card. That's basically console money that you're spending on the graphics card. So it's much easier for people in 2025 to justify spending anywhere from $500 to $700 because the console market is already at that price point. You see what I'm saying? So that's the reason why the average gamer is better served with AMD. And then if they're going for like 1080p and like entry level gaming PC, Intel has a very compelling offer with the B580. However, I would still argue, after testing Intel's B580, you guys have seen the live streams, I wasn't really that impressed with it. I personally think the A770 it left a better impression in my mind compared to the B580. But the B580 was meant to be a lower end card. It was priced at $250. It's entry level. But I got to think about like how it stacks up to like AMD and nvidia, and I still think in today's world, the reality is AMD is still offering better value than Intel, even at the entry level point. Because like I said before, it's like, oh cool, Intel has a 12 gigabyte B580. Well, okay, I can get a 16 gigabyte 7900 XT from AMD for almost the exact same amount of money. So Intel, like everyone seems to look at Intel and then they compare Intel to nvidia, and it's like, oh, Intel has such good value compared to nvidia. That's true. That's because nvidia has like no good value at the entry level. But they often forget that AMD is also in the entry level, and I still kind of think that AMD is offering better value. It's been around longer in the GPU market than Intel. The drivers are more mature than Intel. So if I was going to recommend like a $300 price point for a GPU, I'm still going to recommend AMD over Intel for a GPU. But who knows? Maybe Intel's going to come out with something really cool this year, later this year, whatever. But I don't know. Like right now, it's like nvidia has the super high end, but then everything after like anything lower than 5080 from nvidia is like trash. Like it looks like nvidia isn't even trying. Like they don't care. It's like, that's why I call it sloppy seconds, because they don't care about the people that they don't pay attention to those people anymore. It's clear to me that they don't. So yet people keep buying from them. So it's like, okay, well, keep getting your sloppy seconds until you wake up. But most people won't, because they're just gamers. They don't care about hardware companies. What? Okay, there's some sidebar conversation about ray tracing. Anyway, so I think that's pretty much it, guys. Like, we can keep talking. The last thing to talk about is Sony's state of play. We need to go over the state of play. I do want to cover that, but I can't believe the stream is already like 2 hours, almost 3 hours. So I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about state of play. But we're going to have to end the stream. We can go for like another hour, and that's probably going to be it. But I got to take a quick break. My throat is drying up, and I'm out of water. So I need to go and get some water. So I will be back in like 3 minutes or so. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started here. We're gonna change over to gaming now. We're gonna focus on the Sony State of Play for February that was aired live yesterday. So this is gonna give us a window into upcoming games, what that means for the graphics cards that are coming out this year, like what they'll have to render for essentially. So what to expect. So the first one that was shown off here was Monster Hunter Wilds. So we all know, like I've done a whole bunch of live streams on the open beta test. The open beta test is not very indicative of the final game because it is using an older build from last year. So if you want to see if your PC is ready, simply download the benchmark and run the benchmark and see what that tells you, because I think that's the most accurate way rather than using the actual beta test. All of the beta tests will give you a decent idea of how your PC will perform. So, Monster Hunter Wilds, this is probably my most anticipated game of 2025. I will be streaming this a whole bunch in March. You can expect that on this channel. So if you're a big fan of Monster Hunter Wilds or Monster Hunter's franchise, and you're going to be playing, we may probably even be able to do group content. You can team up with me and do some of these hunts live. Who knows? So, yeah, we're going to be playing like several hundred hours of this game this year. Let's see what else we got here. So I'm just going to kind of skip through some of the ones that are not so graphically intensive. So Sonic, what is this? Sonic Racing. This one actually looks like a really good arcade racing game, kind of like the Mario Kart series. This one looks like it would run pretty good. Probably no different from like Astrobot, if I had to guess. What else we got here? So that's a good one. What is this game? Oh yeah, then there was this game. The game that we had seen so many trailers of for like years. And then finally, Ulti-Zero Games revealed probably one of the more impressive, visually striking games. This game looks like it's made in either UE4 or UE5, if I had to guess. It looks like, I don't know, it's hard for me to tell. I feel like if this game is UE5, it's a game that probably started development on UE4 and then they kind of like switched to UE5. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is a UE4 game. There's certain things about it that look very UE4. But yeah, this game looks like it's going to be very good. If you like action games like Stellar Blade, Ninja Gaiden, Devil May Cry, those type of action games, not Dark Souls, not Elden Ring. This is not Dark Souls, this is not Elden Ring. This is going to be more like Black Myth Wukong, Ninja Gaiden, Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, Stellar Blade, those type of games. That is what this looks. Nier Automata. It looks like they took a lot of inspiration from Nier Automata and Devil May Cry. So if you like action games, you're probably going to want to get this game, because this game is probably going to be like over-the-top action. It certainly looks that way. So this one's going to be very graphically challenging, especially if it is UE5. We have seen action games like Ninja Gaiden 2 was ported to UE5 in a remaster earlier, like in January. I played that on stream. That game was very, very fun. I think this one, as a fan of action games, I think this is going to be a really good one. Lost Soul Aside, that's the name of it. And it has a release date. There it is. So, did I actually put this in my... I don't think I even have this one down. But anyway, Lost Soul Aside, May 30th. So, it's coming out at the end of May. There's another game that's coming out... Oh, yeah. We'll talk about that one at the very end. There's another game that's coming out the same time as Lost Soul Aside, which is very unfortunate for Lost Soul, because I think Lost Soul Aside is a very good-looking game, but it's going to be eclipsed by another game that's coming out literally on the 29th, 30th of May. So, unfortunately for Lost Soul, this game is going to suffer the same fate as Horizon Forbidden West when it first came out back in 2022, because it came out, and then there was another game called Elden Ring, which came out like a couple weeks after. This game launches in the same window as Elden Ring Nightreign. And Elden Ring Nightreign is probably going to be, well, I don't know. I'll reserve judgment. I think it's too early to say anything about like Game of the Year contenders. I will be participating in the upcoming Elden Ring Nightreign network test. So we're probably going to talk about that here once we get to the very end of this. So let's keep going here. And then they talk about, I think it's like a shooter game. Dave, no, is this, oh, yeah. She's going to reveal this one. Yes. Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. Demo arrives this week. Oh, wait a minute. 7 a.m. February 13th. Pacific time. This is already out. What? The demo of... Okay, I gotta download this. I have to play this. So I will be showcasing this game next weekend when it's out. So I will be covering Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. This is like a day one purchase for me. Even though I'll probably never finish it, and I'm probably not going to be able to devote a whole lot of time to it, because unfortunately for Pirate Yakuza, Monster Hunter Wilds is coming out a week after this game, and that game has priority. So as soon as that game comes out, I'm going to drop like all the other games that are on backlog will get pushed further down. This game will immediately be pushed down. Unless this game is like so good that I can't put it down. But I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish it. Unless it's not super long. Because Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth was so long. If Pirate Yakuza is a much shorter game, maybe I will finish it in time for Wilds. Then they have the crossover with Dave the Diver. That's coming in June, I think. And then, hold on. Here. Okay, yeah. What is this? 2K... This is the wrestling game. This game looks very impressive, but when I first saw this, when I saw the lobby, I immediately thought of Tekken 8 when I saw this. I'm like, I don't know how big this franchise is. It's not as big as FIFA. Like, you guys tell me, does anybody out there, do you guys know, like, how popular is the WWE stuff? Or what is this, 2K, what is this franchise again? Like, I know it's the wrestling franchise. I forgot the name of it. Is this good? This doesn't look like it's hard to run, though. And the fact that it's a fighting game is probably not hard to run. So, but it looks cool. I will not be playing it. WWE 2K25. Yeah, it looks cool for people who are into the wrestling scene. Like this, I mean, personally, I'd rather play Tekken 8. That's more my style. But this one looks good. The game looks good. I don't think it's going to be super hard to run. Let's see, what do they have next? Borderlands 4. Oh, yeah. Borderlands 4 is coming out later this year, like toward the end of this year. They didn't show the release date, or did they? I don't think they did. Did they say the release date? Did they say the release date? I can't remember. On Borderlands 4? I don't see it. It doesn't look like it's that hard to run, though. Oh, right there. September 23rd. September 23rd is Borderlands 4. So if you're a fan of Borderlands 2 or Borderlands 3, finally a new Borderlands is coming out. And then there was this game. This is made by the people who made It Takes Two. EA Originals. I don't know which engine this is. I can't tell. Borderlands ended with 2. You don't like Borderlands 3? Borderlands 3 had a really good built-in benchmark. That was the only thing I used it for, was the benchmark. I never actually played Borderlands. Well, no, that's not true. I did play a little bit of Borderlands 3. This looks like Unreal to you? This is, the EA is the publisher. Actually, no, EA is also the developer of this. This is a puzzle game like It Takes Two. So, if you like puzzle games, this is going to be like an adventure puzzle game. I think it has like some action sequences in it. But I don't know. This is one that I'm probably not going to cover. It's a co-op adventure game. Which used to be a really cool genre, like back in the day of like side scrollers. You know, like PS1 era, and even like older than PS1. And then there was this like, what is this? The survival thriller game. Directive 8020 is coming out October 2nd. That one looks like it had good graphics. And then was this weird like find the whatever thing, the puppet thing or whatever this was. Yeah, this one. I don't know. Like a lot of these, they look cool, but they're not like, I'm not gonna play them because it's not my style. Like it's not like I have anything against those games. It's just like it's not my style. So this one's June 13th. And then there's this other one that we've seen footage of before. The Midnight Walk. And then, what was this one? Warriors. Oh, yeah, this thing is like, whatever. This is like a mobile game. This is basically like a spin-off of Warriors Orochi, which is a spin-off of Dynasty Warriors. So this is a spin-off of a spin-off. If you like those hack and slash games, like those power trip games where you feel like you're just like destroying, like OP and slaughtering like hundreds of soldiers in battle or whatever, like I guess this is cool. But to me, this looks like a mobile game. Like it doesn't look like it's hard to run at all. If anything, it would be like slightly CPU bound. Available today, Warriors Abyss. Apparently it's on PS5. It doesn't look like a PS5 game. All right, this was cool. This was probably like the only thing that stood out to me as like I wasn't expecting to see this. So, Onimusha 2. What is up with the Japanese developers bringing back the old franchises from like decades back? First, we saw Team Ninja bring Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. They shadow dropped Ninja Gaiden 2 Black out of nowhere. No one saw it coming. It just like showed up, available today. They tagged that on to the end of their Ninja Gaiden 4 teaser trailer. And now Capcom is like, hey, you guys do that, we can do that too. You got Team Tecmo, Koei Tecmo is gonna bring. Oh, actually, no, I take that back. It's not Koei Tecmo. Microsoft is gonna be the publisher for Ninja Gaiden 4, but Team Ninja is the developer. So Capcom's like, hold on a second, whoa, hold on. It's like hold my beer, you know? Like they're bringing back Ninja Gaiden, hold my beer. Capcom's like, hold my beer. Hold up, Onimusha 2, Samurai's Destiny. Remaster of the old game. The only thing is, I gotta give the win to Team Ninja because, like, as much as I like Onimusha, Team Ninja actually they remastered Ninja Gaiden 2 using UE5. So Ninja Gaiden 2 looks so good. It is currently probably Team Ninja's best looking game ever. This, I'm not sure what they did. It looks better than the original, but it's like you can clearly tell this is using like assets from the original game, and it's like I don't know what to say. Like Capcom, try harder. I don't know. Like it's good. I'm glad that they're doing this, but it's like Team Ninja with the UE5 Ninja Gaiden 2 Black was just like over the top awesome. That was a very hard act to follow. Because it's like, hey, we're doing our remaster of Onimusha 2. It's not UE5. It doesn't look as good as a result, but hey, it's coming to PS4. Oh, it's PS4. What? It's not PS5. What? So it's like you gotta play the PS4 version on PS. Like what? See, then Capcom does weird stuff like that. Like, what is the point of doing that? Like what? Okay, but here's the cool. Now they have the cool stuff. Onimusha Way of the Sword coming to PS5 2026. So remember what I told you guys. Capcom does 1 or 2 big games every year. They have a big game, and then sometimes they have another big game. So let's think about this. 2023, Capcom did Resident Evil 4 remake. Then in the summer, they did Street Fighter 6. So they did 2 big games in 2023. Then in 2024, they launched everybody's favorite RE Engine game, Dragon's Dogma 2. That was their big game last year. This year, their big game is Monster Hunter Wilds. Now, Monster Hunter Wilds is so big. That franchise is so big. That is probably Capcom. I'm trying to think, like, what would rival that in terms of Capcom's franchises? Maybe Street Fighter? Street Fighter is a fighting game, though, so it's so niche. Like, but Monster Hunter itself is also very niche. So, like, Resident Evil is also a very popular franchise, especially in the West. But I would say, I don't know, man. I kind of think Monster Hunter is like Capcom's biggest franchise. So, so you can see. So here we go. They're bringing back the old franchise that they basically abandoned for almost 20 years. Like Onimusha Dawn of Dreams on PS2 came out in like 2006 or 2005 or so. It was like so long ago. It's been like 20 years since Onimusha. So it's like, okay, you wait nearly 2 decades to decide to bring back your old franchise. So either they're running out of ideas and they're in decline, and they're like grasping at like, oh, what do we need to do? Like, let's pick one of our old franchises. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really want to see another Devil May Cry 5, but that was 2019. So it's like, Capcom has spent so much time on Resident Evil, which is great because Resident Evil is a great franchise. But think about it, like Capcom for the past like 5 years, they've done like, what did they do? They did Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter World was 2018. Devil May Cry was 2019. I don't know when Rise came out, but sometime in that time, Rise came out. Then they did Resident Evil 2 Remake in like 2019. Then they did Resident Evil 3 Remake. Then they did Resident Evil Village. Then they did Resident Evil 4 Remake. Then they did Street Fighter 6. Then Dragon's Dogma 2. So now they're starting to show like all their other franchises that people don't even know about. So Onimusha is the OG of the action genre from Capcom. So here it is. Onimusha. Let's see, is there music? Hopefully I don't get demonetized. I don't think there's any music though. If it's music, I'll have to mute it. I always get demonetized when I show like gameplay audio, like for some reason. I don't know why. So that's why I'm muting it. If it's the minute a song starts playing, we mute this thing. Oh man, so it looks like some kind of song or whatever. Whatever, just mute it. Anyway, we'll just let the gameplay play out, and I'll just talk through it. So, this franchise is basically, you play as a samurai, and you kill off a bunch of demons. It's very, very basic. You kill a bunch of demons called the Genma. There might be some yokai stuff in there. You know, whatever, Japanese folklore stuff. That's basically what you fight in the Onimusha series. So, if you're not a fan of that, if that doesn't appeal to you, then this is not the game for you. But see, here's the thing though. When I was looking at this footage, I was like, okay, the combat looks very modern. It doesn't make me think of Onimusha. If anything, it makes me think more of like Ghost of Tsushima and and like almost like Batman Arkham Asylum, like those type of games. When I saw this, I was like, I don't know how I feel about the action in this. Like, this is just a cutscene, so this is not actual gameplay. Like, this is just literally a cutscene. But this part right here. Like, okay, these graphics to me, like, obviously, when I look at this, I immediately know it's everybody's favorite game engine. Guess what game engine this is? Who here knows what game engine this is? Who can guess with high degree of accuracy what game engine this is on? What do you guys think? Let's see who knows what this game engine is. What? Unity? 2 people said Unity? What? Is that a joke? He's like, what, Unity? What? Guys, it's RE Engine. It's so obvious. It's RE Engine. This is the same exact engine that all the Resident Evil remakes and Devil May Cry 5 and Dragon's Dogma 2 and Monster Hunter Wilds. It screams RE Engine. The guy is literally shocked that people are saying like Unity and CryEngine, because that is so far from the truth. That's way off. Like, this is so RE Engine. You can tell by... This literally looks like the guy. You could literally change his outfit and pick him up and put him in Monster Hunter Wilds, and he would fit right in. He would fit right in with the Monster Hunter Wilds crew. It's so obvious this is RE Engine. But this is the thing that is a little bit concerning to me. Now, granted, the game's not coming out until next year, but still. The visuals of this game do not look that impressive. This does not look that impressive to me. Like, if this was 2017, I would say these graphics look pretty good. But this is not 2017 anymore. So, to me, it's clear to me that the RE engine is really old now and really desperately needs an upgrade. Like, it seriously needs an upgrade. These visuals don't look good. Like, the lighting looks off. For some reason, it looks as though the global illumination is like way too low. Hopefully that there are some like better looking GI implemented or whatever. But RE Engine is not a good one for GI. Like, Digital Foundry had a really good clip talking about Monster Hunter Wilds and how they were kind of underwhelmed, and I totally agree with them. It doesn't look that good. Like, it's a little bit sad, actually, because they want to use RE Engine because it reduces their development costs, because they don't have to pay a license fee to Epic for Unreal or any other game company that makes a game engine and like licenses it out. So, so I get where they're coming from, but clearly they need to put more development effort into making their engine better. Possibly, I feel like we're a little bit spoiled from all these games that are coming from Chinese studios now that look really, really good. Look at Black Myth Wukong. Look at Lost Soul Aside. Very impressive visuals. Very impressive visually. And as much as I like diverse engines, I don't like all the games being on one engine. I do not want every game to be made using Unreal Engine, because Unreal Engine has its own drawbacks. But when you look at games that look like this game is coming out in 2026. This is 2026. This is a 2026 release that looks like this. You see what I'm saying? Like, this to me just doesn't look... This doesn't even look current gen. This doesn't even look current gen. This looks, at best, last gen. So, I don't know. Like, to me, it's sad because, like, in-game, like, the cutscenes, the in-game engine pre-rendered cutscenes like this, where they show the character's face, they zoom in on the close-up, you can see the pores on his skin, like, it looks more photorealistic. Even though the face may look photorealistic, the lighting, like, betrays it. Like, it's just doesn't look that good anymore compared to what you can see on other game engines, other rendering techniques. So it's very underwhelming. It's sad because as much as I like a lot of these franchises, I definitely will be playing Onimusha next year. 100%. This is a day one purchase for me. So, but it's like, come on, Capcom, you're letting me down, because it's like I'm buying these games, but it's like you could invest a little bit more in trying to like update the technology over time. So Resident Evil 2 Remake looked really good. Resident Evil 3 Remake looked really good. Devil May Cry 5 looked really good in that era. But now we are in 2025, and other game engines are really taking off when it comes to the way they implement global illumination, the way they implement like ray tracing, for example, even if it's a very light ray tracing. I just think like Capcom needs to get with the program here, for lack of a better words, and just like improve things. Because they have such good game franchises. Onimusha is the OG. Street Fighter is an excellent franchise. Resident Evil, excellent franchise. Monster Hunter, they have so much good like IP. Devil May Cry, they have so much stuff, but it's like they're limited on the technology now. Like not the hardware, they're limited on the software piece. They need to like really invest in the software. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima looks way better than this. I agree. Yeah. So it's definitely Capcom's RE engine really showing its age. All right, here's another one that's, I don't know if I'm going to get this. I'm not a super huge fan of Metal Gear Solid. I know a lot of people are. This is a Konami franchise. So now we have another Japanese developer bringing back an old franchise. So they're reviving the Metal Gear Snake Eater. This is what, Metal Gear Solid 3, I believe. So this is a remaster of Metal Gear Solid 3. Big Boss, all the OG, military commando, tactical espionage. You know, it's like very good story, very deep characters, lots of lore. Just really good. This is like peak Konami stuff right here. So you're getting Snake Eater. I might get it too. I like the franchise. I'm not a super huge fan of the franchise, just because I'm not that good at first person shooters. Although this is more of like a third person shooter, and the shooting elements are really not super important compared to the like the, what do you call it, the tactical, like the stealth. The cool thing about these games, like the cool thing about the Metal Gear Solid games, and a lot of people don't know this, like you can literally clear the entire Metal Gear game like from start to finish without killing anybody. That's one of the things you can do with the game. I'm pretty sure like all 5 games were like that. That's kind of like a famous challenge run, is like to do a challenge run, meaning like don't kill anybody in the entire playthrough. You can only use tranquilizers and all that stuff. So that's one of the cool things about this game, this franchise. If you want to go run in guns blazing commando style, you can totally do that. But that's not exactly how you're meant to play these games. Anyway, August 28th, 2025, Metal Gear Snake Eater. That was probably one of the biggest reveals. But see, this game looks better than the RE Engine game. So it's kind of weird how the RE Engine is falling so far behind. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. This one's going to be a big one. I'm probably going to get it. I'm not 100% guaranteed, though. At this point, I may end up getting it. If not day one, I'll probably get it like way later. But the problem is, if I don't get it day one, then I feel like no incentive to play it later. Because it'll just end up on a backlog. That's usually what happens with these type of games, that I don't play day one. Snake Eater is on UE5. Really? Is that confirmed? Lost Soul aside, I'll probably get Lost Soul aside. Isn't Death Stranding 2 coming out this year? This game looks really weird. This one looks really interesting, though. This is almost like a mix between like Death Stranding and I don't know. Like there's another franchise that I was thinking of. I can't remember it right now. It looks like Death Stranding mixed with like Days Gone or something, or no, like a Fallout series game. Yeah, this one has the weird, I call them the nobodies. I'm going to pause it on the... Okay, this thing right here. When I saw this, I was like, man, imagine if, like, Kingdom Hearts had graphics like this. Because when I saw this thing, I was like, wait, that thing looks like a nobody from Kingdom Hearts 3 or Kingdom Hearts 2, except with way better graphics. I was like, this is straight up a nobody from Kingdom Hearts 2 with like way better graphics. And Kingdom Hearts 2 was a game from like 2007. So yeah, this looks cool. I still don't know from watching the trailer, I still don't know what this game is. Like, is this a tactical shooter? Is this like, is it a survival horror game? Is it a stealth shooter? Is it an action game? Like, I don't know what this is. Like, the trailer didn't do a good job of telling me what the actual gameplay is like. All I know is that there's a guy walking around with a drone following him, almost like Nier Automata. You know, Kingdom Hearts 4 is UE5. Wow. This is a hack and slash. Wait, is this a hack and slash? It didn't look like a hack and slash. Maybe it is because the guy is holding a sword. Okay, you might be right there. September 4th, Hell is Us. Okay, here we go. Neo Wiz. Everybody who was a gamer in 2023 knows the name Neo Wiz. I saw this and I'm like, okay, this is like a day one immediately with the utmost priority, get this. Because this is the return of Lies of P. Fantastic. Came out of nowhere. So good. This is a day one. This was a day one. This game had the concept of like 3 different enemy types. Puppet, human, and whatever the other one was. I forget what the other one was. It was like the corroded something. It was like, I don't know what those things were. It was like not demons. They were like, what was the third enemy type? The one that was weak to acid? Zombie. What were they called? They weren't called zombies. They were something else. You guys know what I'm talking about? The blue enemies. You guys know what I'm talking about? Okay, this is obviously a puppet. That's a puppet enemy. Puppets are weak to electricity. There's 3 elements. There's electricity, there's fire, and there's acid. Yeah, the carcass. Yes, there we go. The carcass enemies. Puppets, carcass, and alchemists. I call them humans instead of alchemists, but yeah. So the humans were weak to... There was electricity. Puppets were weak to electricity. Humans were weak to acid. And carcasses were weak to fire. There were 3 elements in this game. I mean, you could use any element on any enemy. It would just be less effective. Yeah, this is so good. This game looks so good. The thing is, this is Unreal Engine 4. This isn't even Unreal Engine 5. This is Unreal Engine 4. This goes to show what you can achieve with good art direction. He was fighting Monstro? What was that? Oh, that was a carcass enemy, wasn't it? Is that a carcass? That's got to be a carcass enemy. He's fighting a puppet. He's fighting a carcass. That's definitely a carcass. Lies of P Overture. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. They don't have a release date, but it's probably going to be July or August. It's probably going to be August. Yeah, Lies of P did have a good story too, yeah. Well, I mean, it was loosely based off of the book. Not the Disney movie, the actual book. Which is actually a lot darker than the movie. Okay, this is another weird game. When I saw this, I was like, what is he doing? It's like, It's like abstract art. It's impressionist art, but he's shooting and creating stuff by shooting. So this is another. This is one of those like weird, like out in left field. I like what they're trying to do here because it's finally someone is actually attempting something that's different. To my knowledge, there isn't a game that has done something like this before. So props to being innovative because they're trying to think outside the bubble. So I don't know. It's not really my style, but I'm giving them points for being innovative. Dreams of Another. Coming in 2025. Okay, and then there's Days Gone Remastered, which a lot of people were disappointed. I personally don't care because I never played Days Gone. I just remember the trailer and it being the game that had like lots of zombies that just chased after you. That was the cool thing about it because I think it uses a proprietary engine that generates the zombies and is not able to overload the CPU because of the way it works. So, that's its cool thing, but yeah, like this, if you're a fan of the zombie shooter genre, you're probably gonna like this. If you never played Days Gone, this is probably a really good way to play it. Days Gone didn't need a remaster. Well, why were they doing a remaster if it didn't need a remaster, though? Alright, and then here we go. This one, Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade is getting another what is this? Another collaboration. Okay, so they're getting a collaboration with Nike, Goddess of Victory. I don't know what that game is, but apparently Stellar Blade is getting another crossover. So they already got the Nier Automata one, so now they're getting that one. I hope they add more content rather than just like outfits and stuff. I want them to add like another area to explore because this game, when I think of Stellar Blade, I keep thinking about like there's the desert and there's the wasteland, and then there's like these smaller areas that you explore that are more like traditional level based. But the desert and the wasteland are kind of lame. They're like very repetitive areas, and the music doesn't change. That was my biggest criticism of Stellar Blade because Stellar Blade has a really good soundtrack, but you spend most of your time in the desert or the wasteland, and the same music, the same like one or two tracks play in those areas constantly on loop. And you never get to hear the remaining 95% of the game's soundtrack because it's literally the same two songs on the two big open areas. So yeah, I don't know. Like, but it's cool that they're still extending the franchise. I just don't understand why they don't have a way for you to change the in-game music so it can play like the other songs that are in the game because it has like so many different songs. Okay, then they have this. When I first saw this, I thought, oh wait, is this like a new Expedition 33 trailer? I didn't know what this was. I thought it was Expedition 33, but then it was like, oh wait, no, it's something completely different. It has nothing to do with Expedition 33. It's some other game. Eclipse Glow Games. I do not know who they are. I have no idea who these people are. So I don't know who's making this. But this looks like it is developed by either a Chinese developer or maybe Korean developer, but if I had to guess, it's probably a Chinese developer. It looks like it takes place, the story is like in Europe somewhere. Man, this and Lost Soul Aside look like they took inspiration from Final Fantasy 15. Straight up. Final Fantasy influenced these genres. I can tell when the game is like probably a Chinese developer without even knowing if it's an actual Chinese developer. Because you can tell by the art style. You can tell by the aesthetic. Oh, it's Chinese. You looked it up? I'm not surprised. I called it and without even knowing. But here we go. Another action game. Another action game. This one looks like it is inspired by games like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, old school, not necessarily forgotten action franchises, because they're not like Onimusha and Ninja Gaiden, which were basically abandoned for more than a decade, but the other ones. The Capcom, and who was the one that did Bayonetta? That's not Capcom, that's somebody else. I forget who. Is that Konami? No, that's no, it's like a Nintendo one, isn't it? Who did Bayonetta? Is this one coming out this year? Man, there is so much like Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy influence in this trailer, though. Platinum Games did Bayonetta. Oh, you're right. Yeah, it was Platinum Games. Yeah, that's it. They're the ones doing Ninja Gaiden 4, by the way. Tides of Annihilation. Okay, so this one is probably not this year. Tides of Annihilation. They didn't really show any actual gameplay. That looked like that was all like pre-rendered. Wish list now. In development for PS5. This one's probably going to be at the earliest next year. So, yeah, but it's another like action game, man. Like if you don't like action games, if you don't play these type of games, I don't know. Like I guess you're missing out. Then there's this, which is a shooter. Okay, the running on the walls makes me think of Titanfall. This has like Destiny and Titanfall vibes. This one is an AI. Oh, Splitgate 2. This is Splitgate 2. See, when I see first-person shooters, they all look the same to me. They're either sci-fi or they're non-sci-fi. That's the way I classify them. This one is a sci-fi shooter. So this one's going to be more like Halo. This one's like Halo and Titanfall. And Destiny. And, otherwise, the other ones are like Call of Duty and Battlefield and Counter-Strike. And then, of course, you have, I guess, the third genre would be like hero shooters. Battle Royales are kind of their own thing. Oh, this is Metal Eden. May 6, 2025. Wait, that's not that far off. Build a Rocket Boy. The last great multiplayer FPS was Unreal Tournament 2004. Yeah, I played that. See, I played shooters in that era, like Halo 2, Unreal UT 2004. You know what I really liked? Unreal Championship, the Leandri. Unreal Championship 2, the Leandri conflict. That was probably like my favorite shooter from that era. Call of Duty 4 like ruined shooters for me. COD 4, OG COD 4 like changed shooters, and then it's like, yeah, they just kind of like went downhill after that. I mean, it was a good game. COD 4 was like the last, like, it was like the last one that was like good, but then it ushered in like the era of like, generic annual update shooters that I just completely lost interest in the genre after that. Unreal Tournament was always way more fun. Okay, this looks like it's some kind of like sci-fi. This is like Cyberpunk 2077, the sequel. Mind's Eye, yeah, summer 2025. Okay, that's probably gonna be good. If you that game looked like it was probably gonna be super hard to run, like Cyberpunk. FPS games have gotten extremely generic. Yeah, that's exactly why I don't play them anymore. I used to play them. I don't really care about them anymore. Like Halo 2 era, UT 2004, UC, the Leandry conflict, Halo 2, like that was it for me. And then I guess the first Gears of War on Xbox 360 was pretty fun. It was unique. It was like the first like cover shooter that went like really viral. This game, like the guy's in a Tesla. The guy's driving a Tesla and he's getting shot at in a parking lot. This straight up looks like, man, this looks like someone just took Metal Gear Solid, Cyberpunk, and like the Iron Man franchise without the Iron Man flying and the beams and stuff and just combined all of them into like one game. That's basically what it is. GTA. This doesn't look like GTA though. This is not GTA. This is definitely not GTA. This looks like it is very plot focused, linear, mission based shooting combat. That is not what GTA is. GTA is like an open world game. This don't look like a open world game. All right, what is this? Oh yeah, this yeah. I saw this and I'm like, when I first saw this, I was like, is this Dune 3? And I was like, wait a minute. No, there's no water on Dune. This can't be Dune at all. I was like, is this Dune Awakened? No, it's some other thing. Because there's no water on Dune. So this is basically the next big franchise from that one studio that I can't remember the name right now. This is Saros. Yeah, when I saw that, I'm like, wait, hold up. I was like, wait, is the Emperor coming in? Is this basically the end of Dune 2? Like, this straight up looked like something from Dune when I saw this. But this is the guys who made Returnal. This is their next game. So you're basically on some really weird planet with some really weird things. When I saw this, I'm like, is this going to be like Doom? Is this going to be like Doom or is this something else? It's something else. It's original. This is a new original thing from the people who brought us Returnal. Yeah, okay. So you basically get to fight some weird deity thing that has the ability to create stars in its hands. Saros. So that's really cool. That one looked cool. I think that was the end, right? Okay. I think that was the very last one. Yeah, that was the last one. Because then they go into the thing. Okay, so... yeah, I guess the main thing that was the highlight for me was probably the Onimusha game. Saros looked really intriguing. Mind's Eye is cool for people that like those type of open world shooter type games, but it's not going to be as free as GTA. Meaning you can't do as many things in that game, I would assume, compared to GTA. So, the Chinese games look really good, but like someone said in the chat earlier, like this is like the only games that they make. I wouldn't say that. They make a lot of like gacha games. I'm just glad that we're starting to see games that are not gacha games come out of Chinese developer studios, because I was kind of really tired of all those random like gacha games. And there's a whole bunch of them that are coming out this year, like Arknight Enfields, those other ones, you know. But looking through some of this footage, like this game in particular, Lost Soul Aside, is coming very soon. So this one has a May release. It's gonna get eclipsed by Elden Ring, but like this looks good. This looks really good. And look, they just quickly do like a quick montage of all the different biomes. So look, a city, there's fire, and then there's also ice. So there's got some elemental stuff. There's like crystals. It's like some weird like Final Destination stage of Super Smash Bros. Melee, if you know what I'm talking about. Where's that Master Hand and Lefty? And then you've got something that looks like it's from No Man's Sky. This looks like it's taken from Onimusha. They like just put random stuff. Like, it's like, hey, this background looks cool. Let's put this in the game. It's like, let's put a city that's on fire and has like some kind of crystals or ice or something under attack. And then let's go get some other sci-fi thing. And let's go to the Final Destination. Let's go to a black hole. Let's go to some ice planet or whatever. Let's go to this, whatever this is. You know, let's go to some, whatever. Some pagoda-looking stuff. So it's like, just put a bunch of random-looking cool backgrounds. It's the same concept that Ninja Gaiden uses. So I can tell, like, I can tell when the developers are inspired by other genre or other franchises. Like this game, Final Fantasy 15, Nier Automata, Ninja Gaiden. I can see the Devil May Cry. I can see the influence in this game immediately without even knowing anything about the game. Just looking at it from afar, I know immediately what their inspiration was. So, but it looks like, they're doing all these action games. And then we saw Onimusha. And it's like, yeah, Onimusha looks good. In the pre-rendered cutscenes, it looks good. They're using the game engine. But the combat scenes are kind of like, they need some better lighting. The lighting looks off. But the thing is, it's Onimusha. They're probably going for that aesthetic. But I feel like Onimusha Dawn of Dreams didn't look so drab. Like, if I remember how it looks on PS2. But anyway, that's probably going to be it for the gaming discussion. Is this... Okay, no, that's still showing the block diagram. Hold on. So, the last thing that we'll talk about is... Where is it? Is it on there? Oh, here it is. Elden Ring Nightreign network test. So if you applied for the network test and you got in, are you ready? Because I applied, I got in. This is the schedule for those of you that are curious. I still haven't figured out if I'm allowed to live stream this. I assume that the answer is no. So I may not be able to live stream, but I am going to record some of the gameplay. So if I can make content on it as it gets closer to launch, maybe I'll do that. Anyway, here are the sessions. So session 1, and they're really weird. It's for people in Europe and Asia, the times are a lot better, I would assume. Although, hold on, this one is... Yeah, no, the times in Asia are still much better than this. So, tomorrow, early morning. So that's not even that far from now. So 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. Pacific time. So this would be like, what? 6 a.m. in the morning Eastern. So like really, really early in the morning. The network test is available for like a 3-hour window. Then it goes offline. And then they do another session at 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Pacific time. So this one is still, like, this one's in the evening, so that one's more doable, but, like, really? Like, I don't understand why Bandai didn't just leave the server up from, like, this time all the way to the end time. I don't understand why they're doing this 3-hour window thing. So, I don't know, but I will be playing this, though. I will be playing this. The registration period ended January 20th, so if you are only now figuring out about this, I'm sorry, it is too late to register, so you cannot get in. But I already have the game downloaded. It's preloaded on the PS5 Pro, ready to go. So I will be playing. I will be trying to participate in as many of these sessions, if not all of them. So there's probably not going to be a weekend stream this weekend because I'll be too busy. I'll be preoccupied with the Nightreign stuff, so the network test. So, but I will get some very good usage out of my PS5 Pro because it's been sitting around doing nothing for a while. And this is only open to PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S for obvious reasons. So, no PC allowed for this network test. This is the reason why, as a content creator, you have to have access to one of the consoles, because developers do stuff like this. Anyway, so that is going to be that. I will be definitely trying to play as much of this as possible. I don't know if it's going to be Game of the Year. There's already, From Software people are already saying this is Game of the Year. I don't know how they can declare it's Game of the Year without even playing it. It seems like the From Software people tend to all, like the From Software fans, I should say, not From Software people. The From Software fans, as soon as the From Software game is announced, they immediately say it's Game of the Year. But so far, with the one exception recently being Armored Core 6, so far, there hasn't been a single year where From Software does not have a game that is on the list of Game of the Year contenders. I'm not saying that they win all the time. I'm saying because they didn't win last year, and they should not have won last year because it was a DLC. But the fact that their DLC was a contender for Game of the Year last year goes to show the power that they have over the industry. And they aren't even trying to exert any sort of power over the gaming industry. For some reason, people are so enamored with their games. They think their games are so good. And they are really, really good. Not gonna lie, they're really, really good. Shadow of the Erdtree was very good. Armored Core 6 was very good. Obviously, Elden Ring was Game of the Year 2022. Sekiro was Game of the Year 2019. Dark Souls 3, I guess it was nominated. Dark Souls 2 was probably like their low point, and Dark Souls 1 was like super good. Demon Souls was at least like the GameSpot Game of the Year back then. That's when it was less standardized, back in 2009. But every time From Software has like a big game, everyone's like, oh, it's Game of the Year. It's Game of the Year. Well, we'll see what happens. There was no GTA 6 content shown in State of Play, so I don't even know if GTA 6 is coming this year. Maybe it is. It's going to be console exclusive when it comes out. It won't be on PC until the following year. So, if it comes out this year, GTA 6 is probably going to be a contender for Game of the Year. It's not guaranteed that it's going to win. The track record of a lot of these Western developer games tend to always seem to fall flat oftentimes. I'm looking at you, Starfield. I'm not saying that GTA 6 is going to fall flat, but it has its work cut out for it to impress because it's been in development for such a long time. If you remember, Cyberpunk 2077 came out in 2020 and it bombed. It failed so hard. It failed so hard. The game was so broken. It needed so much help that they literally had to relaunch the game like 2 or 3 years later or something. So, not saying it's going to happen to GTA, but let's just put it this way. The Western development studios don't have a very good track record of releasing things on time, bug-free, performing as expected, and, they just don't come across as like very high quality at launch. It doesn't mean that they're bad. It just means that they're very rough around the edges when they launch, and that leaves a bad impression. So, playing the first Demon Souls, you never imagined they would be this big. Yeah, they've gotten really, really big in the West. And the reality is they're really not, to my knowledge, From Software is not actually that popular in their home country. Like, I don't think a lot of people in Japan are that into the Dark Souls games. They don't hate the Dark Souls games, they're just not that into it. But they're definitely very popular in the West, and they're very popular in, like, the other Asian countries. I mean, you guys clearly can see how the Souls-like genre has inspired a lot of Korean and Chinese developers. Look at Lies of P. Look at Stellar Blade. Those are like Korean examples. And then you look at all these. There's another one that's coming out in March. Kazan. Kazan is another Korean developed game based out in the DNF universe, which is a Korean fighting game franchise. And that game is definitely a Souls-like. And I've played through the demo, and that is very much another Souls-like game. So the Korean developers are definitely influenced by the From Software games, and the Chinese developers, to an extent, are also influenced by the From Software games. Like Black Myth Wukong is kind of like a Souls-like. It's extremely challenging, but it's weird because Black Myth Wukong is like, it's all about the boss fights. I feel like the journey at the start of a chapter to the boss fight is not nearly as challenging as just the boss fight. So it's like Black Myth Wukong is like the spectacle of the game is the boss fights. It was all about the boss fights. The trash mobs that you mow down on the way to the boss is not very memorable in Black Myth Wukong. That's the complete opposite of a game like Elden Ring, where oftentimes the journey from point A to point B is very much the intended challenge. At least that's how it was with the Dark Souls games. The bosses in Dark Souls were not intended to be insanely hard, except for a few specific ones, like Ornstein and Smo, for example, or the final boss, or one of the hidden bosses, or stuff like that. Like Melania in Elden Ring. She is a optional boss. A lot of people are like, oh, she's the hardest boss ever made and all the... Okay, well, she's not a mandatory boss. So it's like you don't actually have to defeat her to clear the game. It's optional. So stuff like that, like, and there's so many cheese strategies in the Souls games. And the thing is, From Software loves it when people cheese the bosses, because it's like Miyazaki himself has gone on record saying that, like, he wants the player to literally figure out, like, how to clear the boss in whatever method possible. He doesn't care what they do. So people will be like, oh, you cheesed the boss. Well, no, it's not cheesing the boss. It's just like that player determined how to clear the boss in that manner. That's the method that they used. My method to beat Radeon, consort of Shadow Tree, was literally to use a shield and stab him hiding behind a shield the whole time until he was dead. And using the frost buildup to proc frostbite on him. That was my strategy. It was literally stand there, shield, and poke, 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 summon the Mimic Tier, poke, 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 poke until he's dead. And that's how I cleared the final boss of Shadow of the Erd Tree. Kind of lame and boring, but that is a method that works. So anything goes in the Souls games as long as you clear the boss. That's all that matters. So who cares? Whereas I think with action games like Black Myth Wukong, Ninja Gaiden, Devil May Cry, it's more about skill expression. It's all about styling on your opponent. That's literally the name of the game. It's all about the style. So, I guess we'll share one thing. Oh, wait, no, no, that's not it. Hold on. Black Myth Wukong. Yellow Long. Because people who say that these games are so hard, well, let me find the video, and we'll probably end the stream after this. So let's just kind of show this. All right. So here is a boss. I'm not going to show, like, what's considered... This is one of the hardest bosses in the game, by the way. So this is Black Myth Wukong. So we'll end the stream on this. But I want to show people who don't play these games what they're missing out on. Oh, by the way, this is a no damage run, which means the player doesn't take any damage from the boss. And for those of you that have played Black Myth Wukong and you faced off against Yellow Long, you know how hard this boss is. This is either the second or third hardest boss, and for a lot of people have said that this is the hardest boss in the game, just because when you can encounter this guy much earlier in the game than the secret ending boss, which a lot of people say is meant to be the hardest boss in the game. But check this out. This dude beats Yellow Long taking no damage. This shows you what is possible when it comes. This is what I mean by skill expression. So check this out. Perfect dodge. Look at those perfect dodges. Man. People who have no idea, like, people who have never played this game have no idea how impressive this is. I still think this boss has too much HP. Oh my god, the perfect parry. The perfect parry. The skill. The precision. Amazing. Oh, that looks so cool. Oh, the skill expression. He literally does the pillar move. What? What? Okay, see, okay, people don't understand, like, this thing. Hold on, let me go back. Okay, this move, I can't believe he parried the lightning. He literally parried the lightning. The lightning bolt. How do you parry a lightning bolt? What? Did you see that? This is like a one-shot. This is like, how did he do that? Like, I don't even understand how he timed that. The timing on that is so precise. That is like just as impressive as the Daigo, like the Daigo comeback from Street Fighter all those years ago. This is so crazy. What? He does it again? The reads on this is crazy. Oh, man. Wow. Oh, man. Oh, the full charge, full charge. Wow, whoa, wow, oh man. See, this is the sort of stuff that people who don't play action games like this are totally missing out. But I do understand, there's a lot of people that are saying like they would play this game if it had easier difficulty settings. And to an extent, I definitely understand why they want this game to have easier difficulty level. I personally think that the developers should actually consider putting in an easier difficulty level, because I've read a lot of the like posts online about games like these type of games being too hard or unapproachable, and the arguments are legit arguments. Like, usually it's about, oh, I don't have that much time to dedicate to gaming. I have kids, I have a full life, I have all this stuff, I have a job. Like that, those are the posts that that's what people cite as the excuse of like why they don't want to play a game like this, because it's too hard. They don't have time to learn it. It's just like, it's too much of a time sink. They just want to enjoy the story, they want to enjoy the graphics, they want to enjoy the content in a casual manner and still be able to progress through the game and feel like the game is a fulfilling, entertaining experience. So I personally do think like it wouldn't hurt for a game like Black Myth Wukong to have an easier difficulty level as an option, because I think of games like Ninja Gaiden, and I've said this when we covered Ninja Gaiden Black 2 when it was new last month, and I played it on stream. That game, when it first came out on the Xbox 360, the default difficulty, the normal difficulty in that game was what's considered the hard mode on the modern remaster. So in the UE5 game that came out in January, there's hero mode, there's the acolyte mode, warrior mode, mentor mode, and ninja master difficulty. So in the 360 version back in 2008, the normal difficulty was equivalent to warrior difficulty in the modern era. And warrior difficulty is considered hard mode, because acolyte is considered normal mode, and then the hero mode is considered easy mode. So hard mode today is what used to be normal mode for that game. So I really think like if the developers of Black Myth Wukong put an easier difficulty mode in, kind of like what the Ninja Gaiden developers did, how they included the hero mode, not even like the hero mode, just like having the acolyte equivalent in Ninja Gaiden, something like that for Black Myth Wukong would really open up the doors to a wider audience for this game, because I feel like this game is a very good game, but it's held back because it's not as approachable to a wider audience. And that's ultimately why Team Ninja made those easier difficulty levels for Ninja Gaiden, because they wanted more people to be able to try their game. They didn't want to scare off an entire group of gamers because the game is like, oh, it's too hard, it's unapproachable, blah, 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 I'm not going to play it, I don't have time to waste to learn how to play it. Like, you still have to learn how to play the game. You cannot clear Ninja Gaiden on Acolyte if you literally just casually just walk through the level and not do anything. You're still going to die. You're still going to fail to clear the game. But it is more forgiving at the easier difficulty level. The enemies deal less damage, they have less HP. You still have the same exact stats that you have on all the difficulty levels. So I feel like Wukong should do something like that, or at least consider it, because I've read so many posts of a lot of people criticizing Wukong. It's like, oh, I'll never play it because it doesn't have difficulty settings. Like that's the common argument. And then they get flamed by the fans of the game, and then like the people who are like against the game being so hard come to the rescue of the person complaining about the game being too hard. So this whole back and forth of, oh, the game's too hard, or blah, 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 that would be resolved if they simply had an easier difficulty level. Because I'm not saying like everybody needs to play as good as what we just watched. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like it doesn't hurt to have easier difficulty levels in the games. Final Fantasy 16 originally was supposed to be a much harder game. And a lot of people don't know this, but Final Fantasy 16, when it was being developed early on, they actually went really hardcore on the combat. They had to tune it down and make it way easier for the average Joe to be able to clear the game, because they knew that they didn't want to alienate the old school Final Fantasy audience that came from that turn-based era, but they also didn't want to alienate people who never played Final Fantasy by making the game unapproachable, because of the same thing that Black Myth Wukong has, where it's very challenging. You have to be very reactive. You have to play proactive and reactive at the same time. So if you play Final Fantasy 16 on the higher difficulty level, that game all of a sudden feels like you're playing a completely different game. So it's very similar to Black Myth Wukong. And actually, well, we're actually at the end of the stream, but yeah, maybe next time we'll show like some footage of somebody doing a no-hit run against Odin in Final Fantasy 16 on the highest difficulty level, Final Fantasy mode, which is like nightmare difficulty level. So think of it this way: Final Fantasy 16 is an excellent game. Great story, great music, great graphics, everything. It's so good. It has a very good combat system. But people don't think of Final Fantasy 16 being really hard. However, it is very hard. You don't believe me? Try playing Final Fantasy on the highest difficulty level, Final Fantasy 16, and you will see exactly what I'm talking about. So originally it was supposed to be a very challenging game, like Devil May Cry, like Black Myth Wukong, but they, it's very story driven. They want it to be very approachable to a very wide audience. So I think Wukong could have been more successful if it took that same approach, what Square Enix did with Final Fantasy 16. So that's all I'm saying. A lot of people didn't play Wukong. I know a bunch of people that refused to get this game just because it was too hard, or like they say it was too hard, which is disappointing, because it's like those same people got Final Fantasy 16. So they got Final Fantasy 16, they played Final Fantasy 16, they beat it, they love it. This game, they never got it, and it's sad because as someone who has played both games, they're very similar. They're actually very, very similar. You just have to play Final Fantasy at the higher difficulty level. You don't even have to play it at the highest difficulty level. All you got to do is play it on hard mode. And it's equivalent to Black Myth Wukong in terms of the action. It's so good. Like Final Fantasy, personally, I find Final Fantasy 16's combat more fun than Wukong. Wukong is actually very fun, but Final Fantasy 16, man, like, you don't believe me? You haven't tried on the higher difficulty. You want to see what Final Fantasy 16 is all about? You need to play it on the higher difficulty. Actually, we'll do that. Hold on. No, this is not the right tab. Final Fantasy 16 Odin, no damage. Yeah, okay, it's the same guy. This guy's awesome. This guy, this is the same guy that we just watched clear the Yellow Long. So now check this out. Now he's gonna fight Odin in Final Fantasy 16. So for those that don't know, this is Clive versus Barnabas, aka Odin. No damage. New Game Plus, Final Fantasy mode, which means this is the highest difficulty in the game.
Very well. Come then.
Now, the problem is, I think I'm going to get demonetized if I play the audio, so we're not going to be able to play the audio, because I think he's going to have the music playing. Yeah, he does. Okay. Anyway, look at, well, that's kind of annoying, but look at this. Look at this. Look at the precision dodge, precision counter, aerial burning strike, aerial blast, aerial blast. I like how it shows all the moves. Like it because it's Final Fantasy, you can see the name of all the moves. So you can see his combos. This is sick because the thing is, he can also do the parry. You can parry in this game just like in Black Myth Wukong. It works exactly the same. Like, that is crazy. Like, what did he just parried that? He just parried that. And I know there's probably more people watching the stream that played Final Fantasy 16 than the people that played Black Myth Wukong. So you guys know, like, those of you who played and beat Final Fantasy 16 know exactly how challenging this as well. I don't know if you played on the highest difficulty, but regardless, you know that this is insane. Like, this is very impressive. Very impressive. Like, insane. Like, he literally dodges everything and counters successfully. And look at the varied moves. Like, he's not spamming the same combo over and over again. He's doing varied moves because he has full mastery of the entire move set that Clive has available. So what does that do? That opens the door to skill expression. He's expressing himself as a gamer. He's doing all the moves. He's styling on the boss. At this point, it isn't even about the boss. It's the boss trying to stay alive as long as possible so that the gamer can finish showing off all his moves. Like, it literally turns it around. It's not about you trying to survive against a boss. It's the boss trying to stay alive long enough so you can extend your combo and show off. This is exactly what high-level play in the Devil May Cry series is all about. It's all about styling on your opponent. That's exactly what it's about. People who don't play action games are probably like mind blown. They're like, what? I thought these games were like really hard. Yeah, they are really hard. They're supposed to be really hard. But the thing is, it allows for the true dedicated gamers who master the game system in and out and fully understand the game on a deeper level that the average gamer completely is oblivious to. To witness this high level play it's just something that makes me feel good about playing these type of games. So, oh, now wait, is this the okay, I guess we don't need to show the whole thing because it's basically going to be like phase 2. It's just more combo. It's just straight up more styling, and the styling gets more challenging to pull off because the boss wants to do all his dumb one hit Odin slash you in half type things. So, but it's crazy. So anyway, yeah, the combo Giga Flare times 20 times 30 times 40 times 50 times 60 wow, and a Rift combo on top of that, and the oh my wow. Just, it's like non-stop. Like, does his hand get tired, like, doing all the moves? My thumb would be, like, killing me. Anyway, that's going to be it for this stream, guys. That was a look at the state of play. So there are some interesting games coming out this year, but so far it seems like it's not as interesting as last year. Although last year was, I kind of, like, we saw all the games for the first half, and the second half was very surprising. So this year might be like last year, but it seems like we're running a little bit lighter on games or quality games compared to 2022, for example, or 2023, I should say. So that's gonna be it for this stream. If you're new to the channel, do get subscribed. We do these open forum technical discussions, and then we kind of like cover gaming somewhat if we have time available. So that's it. Thanks for tuning in, and I will see you guys on the next episode of Tech Thursdays. Until then, take care, and I'll see you then. Bye.